So, that was fun. That was exciting and very engaging. Apparently the live notif did not change on Twitch, which is very neat. So we're off to a great start today. Okay. I think it's actually functional. Hello. Good to be back. I'm glad to see that people are seeing me back and that this is not a recurring problem. Wi-Fi. I'm working on getting all the windows back up that I spent all this time opening up and okay. I think I'm actually all set now. I think. Wait a. Happy Hallo-woomy. Hi, Zucchini. And insert player here. Merry New Year again. That's a different holiday, but I'll take the sentiment of it anyway. Hello to Koopa Shell 10 and Continually Confused and Robustelli and King Meep and Nicholas Becker and Cougar C and Pancake Was Taken and Fastfire and Acto Floofy and Das Rissa BB and Bubba V and Yakineko and Nug and Rob Boss 99 and Lee and Gracie. Hello again. Grace just had a lesson with me earlier today, so it has not been an especially long time since we have seen them, but it is good to see them all the same. And hello Hideki. And Olision, I think it is. And The Luggage. And Tomoyang. Happy Easter. Okay, we're getting a little bit further off the rails here. And Andrew P. When's Big Run start? Good question. I couldn't tell you. Big Run is coming! We just don't know when. Dia de los Muertos Eve for getting even further from the truth. Subtitles. Yes, we have them on Twitch. My understanding is that they still don't work on YouTube, and I have not figured out why yet. That is on my list of things to do. I just have a large list of things to do, unfortunately. Day of the Dead is, I mean, I guess it's Halloween, right? It's like, if there's another day that's the Day of the Dead, maybe it's the day where, you know, the zombies are all walking around and asking for candy. It's a thought. The Day of the Dead 2. Like, we're not gonna take Day of the Dead to replace it with Halloween. That would be tacky and insensitive. But, like, we could be the crappy sequel. I think that's reasonable. Crappy sequel that misses the spirit of the original and probably shouldn't have been made. No, I have better feelings about Halloween than that, and it's from a completely different tradition, and we're not going to go any further along that line of thinking, but... Cinco de Mayo 2.0, I don't know, because that implies an upgrade. I'm not sure we want to go there. One sec. Boink, boink. Alrighty. Just checking a couple of Discord things. Yeah, I'm aware of what Dia de los Muertos is. It's a Mexican holiday, which has not that much to do with All Hallows Eve, which also doesn't have much to do with Halloween, if we're being real here. Mayo de Mayo. Mayo de Mayo? Mayonnaise of May? Really makes you think. Deltarune Chapter 1 Anniversary. Oh, I didn't know that. Have I rolled this yet? I don't think I've rolled this. And hello, Joe. I don't know how to pronounce that, but Joe Victor is what I'm gonna go with incorrectly. Happy Australia Day, is it? Oh, that'd be neat. I don't know if it is. It's probably not, statistically speaking. We're just guessing, but that'd be neat. What happened to YouTube? Oh, no. So I think the link should just take you to whatever stream is live on the channel. Somebody just informed me that if you put /live at the end of a YouTube stream, it takes you straight to the stream instead of taking you to the channel and then you have to click on the stream. And I think that's more convenient. That's my understanding anyway. So I've started doing that. But if there's any weirdness, then we'll have to go and root out that weirdness. No weirdness allowed. Spending my Halloween getting timed out in Discord by sending a Vaporeon. Copy pasta, don't Google. Okay, well, yeah, don't do that in my server, please. What sensitivity do you use? I use +5/+5, but sensitivity is not particularly important. In the general case, frontliners want higher sensitivities than backliners because they have to snap across more extreme angles. But I would still, agree if someone wanted to run max sense on a charger. I think, max sense is optimal at task levels, so. Got a lot of candy, let's go. My whole family got sick. Yay! That sounds wonderful. /S. Wait, does /S mean /serious or /sarcastic? I actually don't know. And it's kind of not great because those are two tone indicators that you really do not want to confuse for each other. Do you ever have a student with a memorable costume for Halloween during your teaching days? I think... I'm trying to remember, there were people who would come in somewhat dressed up, but, I think for, security reasons or something, they always wanted people to have costumes that weren't so over the top that they obscured who the person was in the costume, so they could be quickly identified, because that can be important in emergency situations. I guess if it's not super memorable if I'm not remembering it, but that said, can I tell an awful secret right now? Also, thank you for the membership, not Wooloo. You're definitely not a Wooloo. You are no sheep whatsoever. You are anything but a sheep, and I respect that about you. Anyway, I'm not great at remembering people or things that happened while I was in school. There are obviously, some, kids and people that stand out due to things that happened that I have strong memories of around them, but, I think it has something to do with the way that I remembered people's names, the way that I memorized them, that I was very, very fast to learn names, but also I have found that if I'm not running into that kid every so often in the halls, I also forget very quickly. And I think, because, all of the ways that I remembered kids' names were really contextual. It would be if there's a girl with glasses and long curly black hair. I just remember she's the girl from period 3 with the glasses and the long curly black hair. And that's what I tied the name to. It was like the fewest pieces of information possible that I could like narrow them down with to define them from the other students. Well, next year there's going to be another girl in period 3 who has long curly black hair and glasses. And when that happens, I feel like it just like overwrites that person's spot in my memory. So unless there was some like really important like connection that I had with that person outside of like just classroom stuff, it's actually really hard for me to remember all of the names of all of my students. So like there are definitely some really good times and some really memorable things that happened that I probably can't like recall anymore, and I would recognize them as soon as someone would remind me of them, but like I don't know. There's just so much that I've just... It's been too long since I've been in the classroom, and so some of it has definitely eluded me. What did you teach, and what is your teachable? I don't know that, but I taught my student teaching year. I taught 10th. Then my first year I taught 8th, and the 2 years after that I taught 6th. So, pretty decent kind of span there. Auto is at 144p. Yeah, I don't know why it does that, because I'm streaming it at a much higher quality than 144p or 160p or whatever. Like, if I'm a blurry mess, go and, like, check your settings, because, like, man, I don't know why it does that, but... yeah, it's a better quality than that, I promise. Totally remember us, right, teacher? Oh, yes, I totally do, and will after this year is done, yes. Mm-hmm. Exactly. You're all my favorites. Face blindness? Oh, goodness. Oh... I can only think of, like, the sheer number of ways that would impact a person. Oh, shoot. I've been pinged. Oh, no, I've just been pinged to ask if I will be in costume on stream. So about that. Jem's brain at the start of a new year was, like, saving a lot of data. I'm following you on TikTok! Very cool. Thank you. If you're an English teacher, recite every line in every Shakespeare play. No. That'd take too long. I can't be here that long. I could do it! Totally could, yeah, but I just, you know, it'd take too long. I wouldn't want to spend the whole stream on that. How'd you go from a high school to a primary teacher? So the way that teaching works is everybody wants to teach high school. There are some people that want to teach elementary school, and we segregate them because they're weird. No, not because they're weird, because they need a different skill set. They're also weird, though. Everyone wants to teach high school, and the thing is, there are way more positions available for middle school. And nobody wants to teach middle school because being 13 is the worst time that anybody experiences in their life between the ages of 2 and 70. Age 2, you're very angry and wrathful, and you don't have a lot of qualms about that anger and wrath impacting other human beings. And age 70, you're starting to in some cases, get to the point where you're losing faculties, you're starting to not remember things, your health is going bad, that sort of thing. 13 is the worst time in between any of those, because 13 is where you gain the ability to have like this superior abstract reasoning that kids are less capable of. You're starting to be able to see the world in a different way. You're starting to be able to criticize your parents and your authority figures. Like, you're developing a concept that is much more adult, and you have absolutely no idea what to do with it, and you have to start over with every philosophical concept you've ever learned from square one. You have to teach 13-year-olds how to be nice to each other in the same way that you have to teach, like, 5-year-olds to be nice to each other in kindergarten. It's just, like, all over again with everything that they ever did right. They need to relearn all of it all over again, and people are terrible to each other, and it's really difficult to manage them because they're starting to not, fall for the same sneaky tricks that you used against the 2-year-olds. It's a tough time. And that's also a time where they start having crushes on each other, and that just adds a whole nother dimension. I remember being in 5th grade and having this like very clear path for my life set out in front of me. I had this very strong moral, ethical grounding, and then I hit puberty, and I don't know what happened. Everything was a fog. The hormones were changing me, my body was changing, and I was distracted by all these different things. I come out the other side in like 10th grade, and I'm like, wait, where am I and where am I going? So, yeah, by about 9th grade isn't great either. 9th grade is still like the later end of the age 13 stuff, but you see massive character development in kids by the end of the 9th grade year. The first half of a 9th grade year is awful, but the second half of a 9th grade year, you get to see those children become adults in a lot of ways, and that's very rewarding for some people. But middle school, 6th grade, those kids they're totally chill. They're young. They're still kids, and then they hit puberty, and the next 3 years of their lives are going to be miserable for everybody involved, including themselves. More themselves than anybody else, to be clear. Rissa thank you for the donation, Rissa. I've been showing your videos to all my pals who are just now getting into Splatoon. Appreciate what you do with the channel. So here is my first ever YouTube super chat. Das Rissa BB. Thank you. Wait, but you were Das Rissa BB and now it just says Rissa. What? What? Also, is this Rissa the support player? Like, from like, Carnage and, like, all those other teams? Like, the super awesome Div 1 support player with the really long nails? Is that the Rissa we're talking to here? No, I wish I was. Yeah, we've got Rissa fans, and that's totally reasonable and fair. Yeah, so how teachers deal with students and ubiquitous phones. Oh, phones are just kind of like another distraction these days. Like, I think it's actually a much bigger deal with phones that the culture that is built on them. Like, if an adult is not using their cell phone and, like, understanding social media, they're gonna fall behind what their kids are talking about and not be able to track where their heads are at. They're not gonna be able to empathize with the kids as well. So, that's actually an issue right now, that, like, older teachers are having to try and catch up on social media. They're having to learn how memes work. They're having to learn the like, text templates. Like, how is it, the ways that people, like, formulate tweets that are very, very formulaic, like, TFW, insert noun phrase here, you know? They're having to, like, understand that kids are talking that way and what they mean when they say that. They're also, the English teachers in particular are having a little bit of trouble because kids are becoming more dependent on autocomplete. And so you'll often get the most egregious of confusing sentences that you look at, and without the context, you're like, what on earth were they trying to say? And then you realize that this one word is, like, kind of similar to another word that totally makes sense in that sentence. You're like, oh, they meant this word. Now that makes sense. You know, stuff like that, that's impacting, like, readability of a handwritten essay is causing some growing pains. But the culture always accelerates ahead of the authority figures who are there to try and regulate it. Like, I don't think this is, like, a particularly new phenomenon. It's just another iteration of it that's gonna change every generation anyway. Gotta know what's going on with the tickety-tocks. Yeah, something that's boggling my mind right now is that the generation of kids who are starting to go into school now were given iPads and stuff, tablets from, like, age 2. Like, they've been exposed to YouTube for longer than they've been literate. And I don't know what impact that's gonna have, exactly. And I'm not saying I'm scared of it, because we'll deal with it, whatever it ends up being. It is the future, and it is ultimately a good thing in the grand scheme of things, but it will also cause new problems and break in new ways that we haven't seen before, so that's going to be an interesting thing. But, like, on the other hand, there's a lot of educational content that is actually good for kids to watch, and that's the stuff that people are going to overall gravitate toward. Like, if a parent is actually paying attention to what their kid is doing online, and that kid isn't ending up with the weird eating sugar no papa videos, like, what the value of that is that the parent doesn't have to always exert effort and energy for their kid to be learning things. Like, there was a huge advantage when there was a TV in every home, and that was a new deal, with educational television, because a parent could take a break and just sit their kid in front of Sesame Street for a little while, and their kid would learn a thing while they weren't even there, while they were able to deal with other adult things that they had to do. So, I think it's only more of that effect, and, like, kids are always going to be better, because they're always just going to learn from the last generation. Like, everything your parents ever did wrong, you look at that once you're, like, a teenager and you're starting to really question it, and you quietly say to yourself, I'm going to be better than that. I'm going to do something that my parents didn't do. I disagree with them. And you get the benefit of being able to see how it ended up for them, and you get to not make those mistakes the second time. And you also get the benefit of your parents telling you, hey, don't do this thing I did. That was a mistake. And the same with all of your teachers. Like, as a general rule, the kids are better than us, and they will always continue to be better than us. Like, they will improve on who we are. And that's a very comforting and hopeful thing if I think you're approaching that thought with the right mindset. The kids in the classes I taught, even the one in my very first year of teaching that I terribly mismanaged and was the worst year of my life, those kids were generally more tolerant, more ethically minded, more culturally literate. They had more of a self-awareness of the culture that they shared and the potential pitfalls it could lead to. Even the things that kids made fun of each other for, like, obviously there's always going to be bullying, there's always going to be crappy stuff, but, like, there were certain things that they just didn't make fun of each other for anymore, and there were some things they didn't like each other for that were more legitimate, I would say. Like, they made fun of each other for being mean, or for being non-genuine, like, in ways that even the negative parts about them are lesser than they used to be. When I was growing up, it was perfectly common to make fun of someone for saying that they played a sport like a girl. It was perfectly common to call something gay and mean that was a bad thing. People used all sorts of nasty words that referred to groups of people who were completely innocent and honestly, frankly, fairly vulnerable in the culture at the time, and they just used those terms in really negative ways. And that's not a thing anymore. We have improved as a culture, so kids are going to be better than us. That's always been my take, and I don't think there's a lot that's going to change that. What do you do about tunnel vision and hyperaggression? Don't really know how to deal with it other than make it natural. How to identify this? So, the problem with tunnel vision and hyperaggression is that it is taking your attention away from other things that are important, that should be changing your behavior. For example, if you're diving in a 1v4, the information that you're missing is that you're in a 1v4. That's what you need to be noticing, that needs to be stopping you from making a hyper-aggressive play. So, the answer is to set up a system of red flags in your head that stop you from doing the thing because you notice a different thing. You notice some stimulus in the game, you notice something that clues you in that, oh hey, maybe I shouldn't be doing the thing that I am doing, maybe I am in danger. And you need to set up a way for that to condition you to stop doing the thing once you see it. So one really, really good way that is probably like the single best way you can probably think to do it for the time being is like the one that I think you get the most benefit out of right away is to always have an idea of numbers advantage. Just always be paying attention to the gray X's at the top of the screen. As soon as any one of those changes, that immediately changes your perspective on what you should be doing. Like, oh, it's a 4v3. Let's start putting pressure on them. Let's start pushing our advantages. Let's see if we can take a fight. Because even if I take a fight and trade it or something, we're still at a numbers advantage because I did so, and now we've got more space. Or if you see, oh, wait, we're 2 down, I should be running away from them actively. I should be nowhere near them. There is very little that I can possibly do in this situation that will lead to a good outcome for my team. I need to back up. And once you start getting those little like red flags down with numbers advantage, and you get to a certain level, you start worrying about things like special advantage, like, okay, it's even, but they have 3 specials, I'd better not. And you can add, always add things like, if there is ink that comes out of your peripheral vision in the corners of your screen somewhere that is the wrong color, you immediately turn to deal with that because that is more pressing than whatever you were just thinking about. Hello, Anthony Gamer. Greatly educated man. I just got a bachelor's degree. That's all I've educated myself with. I mean, that's more than most, but it's also nowhere near the highest level of education available. At least the most prestigious, the biggest degree you can get. I do think that there is something to real-life work experience that college education can't get for you, but it's important to have both, really, if you're getting into an academic or intellectual field. What's your favorite Pokemon? Ninetales. What about the death loop that happens with multiple wipes? The feed stagger loop. I mean, that's what numbers advantage helps you deal with. If you know the numbers advantage, you know not to engage when your team is staggered, and to wait for the rest of your team to be there in order for you to be able to do anything else. As dually Sculpture's main, I can confirm that our slightly advantageous range and dodge rolls are annoying, and deal with that. I don't know. Deal with what? I'm not sure, but... Thank you to all Splatoon competitive community channel. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it and that you're getting something out of it. Yeah. Ninetales isn't a great Pokemon in terms of, like, competitive viability or anything, but it just looks cool. And it goes burny, boomy, flame. And then it's like, ooh, my cool looking fox did that. I like my cool looking fox. They're neat. Best ways to get into watching competitive Splatoon. That is a good question, because it's not the easiest thing. For one thing, if you're watching for entertainment, knowing the narratives behind the players isn't the best thing. That's something that the Splatoon community generally isn't great about right now, is like establishing a personality for the various teams. Because a lot of the time, a team is just a pickup. Like, a lot of the time, the team consists of players who don't usually play together. So, like, they don't really have a dynamic yet. They don't really have a style. They're just kind of trying to work it out as they go. Even at top level, like, in Japanese top play, what tends to happen is you get, like, any of a combination of, like, 20 to 25 top players who are all insane. and they'll just all play with each other, and they play with certain roles and certain weapons so that, and in certain predictable ways, so that they can slot into a comp with anyone else that they end up playing with that week, and know how to fit in. And it's great for the individual players because they're getting more different experience with, like, playing with different weapon comps, playing with different types of players. Like, it makes them more versatile because they're able to play in different situations just as well. But it also, again, means it's like, okay, well, how many teams can you actually cheer for? Because, like, this team that you think is cool might never actually regroup again if they're just a pickup. So, that's something we're working on right now. And that's not to say that there are no top-level teams that have, like, you know, steady rosters. And Starburst has just been insane for the longest time, and Sayonara's kicking off, and they're doing really well for themselves, and there's always Jackpot. Jackpot's sick. I don't know if Super P's still around. I haven't seen them compete in a tournament lately, but it's like, there are all these teams. Good Morning's around. They've been, you know, doing the same thing for a good little while. Like, there are top-level teams. It's just, you also just see a bunch of teams that are like, hey, you're good, I'm good. If we enter, we will win this tournament together. Therefore, let's do it, and we'll make a funny, silly team name. Like Walmart Esports. See, I like that one. That's one I've used before. And let's go and do good things together because we're really good. How should dually squelchers deal with blasters? I find I can't outrange and the time to kill isn't fast enough from close. Do I need to approach indirectly or ignore them or something else? If you can draw their attention and waste their time, that's doing something. Because the thing about a rapid blaster is that it's there to skirmish. It's not there to, like, get picks unless you miss position. It's just there to enforce space. If you can get into its range, get it to fire at you, and then just back up and, like, not get hit by stuff, you're taking its time away from what it could be doing against your teammates, which is something. Throwing bombs at it helps, because it's not the most fast-moving weapon. It has to fire a shot before it can move again. So those are a couple of options. But yeah, like, your time to kill is one of your weaknesses on that weapon. And remember that your goal is more to be staying alive than it is to be going and getting picks for your team on the dually squelchers. Your job is to set your teammates up for good fights, not to finish those fights yourself, in the ideal case. Obviously, your teammate set something up for you, you take it, but what you're looking to try and do in, like, the neutral game when, like, nobody's stopping you from doing anything else is you're trying to kind of be a nuisance and get in and then get out and make players feel like they need to deal with you even though they can't. How can you play Dapples in solo queue? I mean, it's not the best option. I would not recommend it if your goal is to try and win as many matches as possible and you don't have, like, an especial love for the weapon. But the goal with that weapon is to use the beacon, to use the tacticooler as a relatively supportive thing, and to get off, like, flanks and sharks where the opposing team allows you to. Not that they should, in theory, allow you to do that very often. Yep. Walmart Esports was a pretty successful organization. We got into midpoint off of Team Walmart Esports. I think I think our tagline was everyday low wages. I should have backline deal with a range blaster. It's the one range blasters are annoying because they can hit up over ledges. When there is a range blaster in play and you don't know where it is, don't trust hiding behind a ledge because they will just hit over it. You do still outrange them, and if they try to take too open a sight line, then you can deal with them, but if they're in a location, you might just have to respect it and move someplace else. It helps a lot to not be predictable with where you're going. If you've gone to one place once, go to another place the second time so that they're looking the wrong place to try and hit you and you maybe get a shot off for free from there before you have to move again. keep losing every single series match. I feel like I'm matched with 5-year-olds. My opponents are the same skill level as me. Can you help me? There are a couple of things that I would say to that. First of all, I have an entire video on rank point stat, which I would recommend taking a look at. But the biggest thing there is that I'm seeing a lot of teammate blame, and even if you're absolutely correct that it is entirely your teammate's fault every single time, which is statistically not the way that it's going to work, it's still not helpful for you to think that way. You need to focus on exclusively what you can control, because if you spend your effort thinking about anything other than what you can control, that's mental energy you're spending that's on something other than what will actually help you win the game. You need to be thinking about the game. You need to be thinking about what you can do. What decisions can you make with your weapon in the situation you are in at that moment? That's what your brain should be working on. And if it's working on something else, you're not at full power. You're not using 100% of your brain. You're not like that. What's that one stupid action movie that was talking about how she can use 100% of her brain? Like, everyone uses 100% of their brain. That's a really badly reported myth about the way the brain works. But what can happen is that you're not using, like, parts of your brain that could be helping you make better decisions at that moment. You're focusing on something else, something that's not useful. And you need to be a nerd. You need to think about the game. You need to not think about, like, oh, I'm so good at this, yeah. Like you know, your alpha bro will. You need to be thinking, well, from this particular position, I think the optimal angle to take in order to engage them would be from here. Those are the players who actually get good at Splatoon. The players who can think like nerds. Lucy, yeah, that sounds like it. Yeah, so I think that there's definitely a big mindset thing there. Like, don't think about the result. Don't think about the win or the loss. Don't think about how your rank is being affected. Think about what objective things in the game are determining whether you win or lose engagements. Every single time you die, go back in the replay and think, why did I die there? And what could I have done so I didn't die there? Like, even if you're the best player on your team, if you are going down in fights that you could be winning, that's something to work on, and you might be able to have carried harder than you did. I just did a VOD review for someone today who was clearly playing the best out of anybody on their team. But I still had things that I said for them to work on, even though the overall message that I wanted to send them was, hey, your team kind of let you down here. Don't feel too bad about losing this. Like, I still had things that I could say. There were still fights that they could have won that they didn't win. There were still positions that they could have helped their teammates in more. Like, focus on those things so that you carry even harder. And eventually you will start winning again. My spider friend's name is, I think, Edward. See, there's this problem where I can't have him remind me what his name is because he can't speak. I know it starts with an E. Pretty sure it's Edward. It's a little bit of a language barrier we have here, but, I mean, hey. They're neat, and they don't seem to mind. How do you combat, avoid, or stop blasters? Paint. Paint is the biggest thing. If you're running up against a rapid blaster, that's a very different question, but if it's one of the insta-kill blasters, you paint so that you know where they are before they can get in range. And that way, you never have to worry about them sneaking up on you. They never get to use their kill time because they could never get close enough to you to use it. It's an information game. Against any kind of ambush weapon, you gotta know where they are because they're counting on you not knowing where they are during the time that it takes them to close distance against you. Now, if it's a rapid blaster, they are not an ambush weapon anymore. Now we're talking about zoning, and that's a completely different question. While the projectiles have similar properties, the fact that they are so much longer range and do damage in such a way makes them completely different to deal with. How do you combat with Sloshing Machine? Do you mean how do you play Sloshing Machine, or how do you play against Sloshing Machine? I'm not sure what the question is there. So Rapid Blasters, their thing is that they splat very slowly, but they hit from very far away. Like, they're gonna play their range. They're like kind of like the same deal as a Jet Squelcher. You use cover to stay away from them and prevent yourself from getting picked while you approach them. You deal with their teammates instead of them if you can. You push them out of position using, you know, various different specials, bombs, different tactics that you can use outside of your main weapon. And then once you do get in range, you use your weapon's superior kill time to take them out. Like, a splatter shot who gets on top of a Rapid Blaster undamaged is one of the freest matchups in the game. There's no shot that that Rapid Blaster does anything about that. So your trick is just, how do you get towards them without being damaged by them? And a lot of the time, the answer here is you just avoid them until you can, like, take out their teammates and have a numbers advantage on them. Because at that point, they can't focus on all of you at once. Against with Sloshing Machine, I still don't know if that means you're using the Sloshing Machine or not. Because with Sloshing Machine would seem to mean to me that you're using it, but then against would seem to mean that you're playing somebody else who's using it. Have you broken down the difference between weapon rolls like zoning? So I talk about zoning in the video How to Get Out of A Rank. Every weapon has a zone, and everyone can enforce their zone. Just some zones are bigger than others, and some zones are enforced by a faster time to kill than others. And it is that combination of variables that kind of makes up every weapon in the game. As far as, like, weapon rolls go, though, I have a video on that called What Am I Doing? Part 1, Weapon Rolls, which is, I think, the very first video that's recommended when you click on the YouTube channel. How do you coordinate a push in solo queue clam blitz? I have a video on that. You're pushing wrong in clam blitz. How do you use angle shooter effectively? The sub-weapon is not effective, is my primary answer to that question. I would avoid using it most of the time. It's more often more of a drain on the ink tank than is worth it. However, you're using it to collect information or to tack on damage from a range that you can't possibly hit. Those are probably your two options. So long the entire floor is coated, yeah. That is actually something that you got to be careful about when using aim drills, because, like, in a real fight, you are not going to be able to just, like, do this all you want everywhere that you can possibly move. It's important to, like, get used to the fact that in fights, you may have to paint your feet, and that is a part of the fight. You can't just, like, have free reign over everything here. And the targets will also be moving, and there will be things flying in front of your view that obstruct your view of the opponents. Like, there are a lot of things that the lobby doesn't teach you how to deal with. And if you only ever do aim drills in the lobby without bearing those things in mind and adjusting your drills accordingly, you can definitely develop bad habits that don't actually help you in a match. Hi, Squid School. I've been watching your videos to get into one of my brother's favorite hobbies. Oh, you sound like a great sibling. I'm glad that you're doing that for them. Whoa, Gracie! Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Just wanted to say thank you again for your help during a Metafy lesson earlier. I seriously would recommend it to anybody. They're so worth it. I learned a lot in gym. Aw. Thank you, Grace. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Schedule still says Splatoon 2 instead of Splatoon 2. Exactly, yes. Yeah, I should probably fix that at some point. My bad. Had this question for a long time since I started Splatoon 3. Seems like you're jumping higher when you exit the ink. Is that all the time for every weapon. I don't think that's true. Let's check, like, against the wall here. So this is squid jumping out of ink. So I get, like, 2 squids high, basically. I do think the jump height is actually different for humans. I think the humans actually go a little bit higher than the squids do. Slightly. Because I remember in Splatoon 2, there were, like, NPCs in the lobby that you couldn't jump over in squid form, but that you could jump over in human form. So I believe you do actually get a little bit higher in human form, although you go further in squid form. But when jumping out of the ink, so this... Maybe this? Now, the jump height is the same. The only variables are squid form versus human form. So it might be what you're seeing is that instead of doing this, I'm unsquidding briefly before I jump, and then maybe that's what's throwing you. Because this is a human form jump a lot of the time that I'm getting here. Excuse me. Spooky, scary skeletons sound shivers down your spine. Hi, Richu. Why do you remember which NPCs you could jump over? Oh, I mean, you've seen what I'm doing in the lobby here. Like, I'm just kind of messing around here. Like, in Splatoon 2, you didn't have this in between matches and stuff. And, like, if I weren't trying to get into a match right away, I would just run around and jump around in the lobby, because that's all, or the square, because that's where it would start you out. So I just spent a lot of time there. Like... It's like just like, you know, this is basically a just chatting stream right now. I haven't actually played the game once so far. And so, like, you'd just be, like, roaming around, you know, messing around on the railings, like, moving a jellyfish somewhere because you felt like it. Like, you're coming with me, Jelly. I'm kidnapping you very slowly. You know, this sort of nonsense that you can get up to. You know, I'd get used to that sort of thing, and I noticed, like, whoo, I get right over that kid. But here, it's a much narrower jump. So. Can I get over both of them? Let's see. I can't. So here's an example of, like, I need to position, like, really carefully to get over them in squid form, and then in human form, I'm just clear over. It's that sort of thing. That I'm like, oh yeah, this is actually a little bit higher. This stream is very scary. Ooh. I'm glad you're spooked. That's how you should feel. Make a video on risk reward, when to commit, not to overcommit. The way that I tend to view that is in the context of advantages and disadvantages. You take the advantageous fight, you don't take the disadvantageous fight. And I talk about that at some length in the How to Get Out of S Plus video. That is still, to this day, like, if I'm trying to get someone good at Splatoon, and I can only give them one of my videos, it's probably still the S Plus video. I just cover so much in that video, so much of what really does get in the way the most of people improving that they can't figure out for themselves by just playing for a few hundred hours. So, if you haven't seen that one, I would definitely recommend watching that, and, you know, I don't know if you learn best by taking notes, or by, like, meditating on it, or what, or, like, taking a couple of those concepts and working on them in a game at a time. But there really is a lot that's packed in there, and that's probably the place that I talk about it the most. Watch your videos, because I really, really want to be good at the game. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I'm helping you get there. I would love if yo. We'll let CarQuest finish that sentence there. Favorite turn-based RPG? That is a genre that I'm not a huge fan of, to be frank. I do remember really liking Mario and the Seven Stars. Like, I think the Mario RPGs actually have a really good approach to the game design where instead of just like pressing a menu option and then watching your opponents do damage to you and there's nothing you can do about it, they give you like countermeasures. So even when it's your opponent's turn, you're not just sitting there watching what happens. You're actually like seeing it play out. That was really cool. I did really appreciate Fire Emblem Three Houses. Although I think the things that I like the most about that are not so much the game mechanics, but the fact that they spend half the game making you care about the units, and then half the game watching them potentially die at any second. I think that's a beautiful tension to it, that like they take so long to make you care about the characters, and then any given mission, they could just die and be gone. And that makes the decisions you make tactically matter so much more. It's there's kind of a similar deal with Mass Effect, except there's no permadeath sort of thing in Mass Effect, as far as I'm aware. Favorite food? Pasta. What's your favorite... yeah, I already answered that one. Whoops. I like Monster Hunter World the best. I played the demo for Rise and was not as impressed after having come from World. But I'm sure that makes me a filthy casual, because I saw a video about the original Monster Hunter and, like, how insanely difficult and punishing it was, and, like, Monster Hunter World seems like baby mode in comparison, which is crazy because Monster Hunter World is so freaking hard and also tutorialized very badly, but apparently it's still tutorialized better than most of the games in the series have been. Favorite sauce? Oh, goodness. For what? It depends on the food you're dipping in it, I guess. I would love if beacons were instant so you could go from one place to another mid-fight. Like, just instant teleportation? That would be broken. You could just, like, blink out of a fight with a press of a button. I feel like there needs to be a little bit of travel time or something. Oh, Rise is even more casual? Interesting. The thing I liked about World the most was the way that it did its world building. Like, the storyline is awful, but it does enough to set the stage that the environmental storytelling it can really shine there. Like, you can just get lost in the ancient forest. It feels like an actual forest. I think that's neat. Are you gonna the new Pokemon games when they come out? Probably not. I don't get a lot of time to play games other than Splatoon right now. And I'm fine with that. Like, I spend my time the way that I would like to spend my time, and that is doing a lot of stuff with Splatoon in the channel. But I dabble a little bit in Monster Hunter World right now. I'm playing a little bit of League of Legends recently because Worlds are out and everyone's thinking about it, and it's kind of a neat thing to get back into and see what the state of the game is. And obviously I'll always be a melee player. I played that game for 14 years. It is a significant part of who I am as a person and what skills I have developed. That's about it. Oh, Dark Souls. Dark Souls 2. I've got a Dark Souls randomizer run going, and so Elden Ring, I mean, FromSoft games in general, I suppose. Still waiting to be able to play Bloodborne somehow. I don't have a PlayStation. Good general Rainmaker weapons. I mean, they're usually good weapons in general. There are some weapons that are, like, specifically good in certain niches. So, like, there are some weapons that are better than others in certain modes. Like, I'd say Junior is significantly more powerful in tower control than it is in other modes. Tower control and probably splat zones. But, like, if it's a good weapon in general, it's a good weapon in Rainmaker most of the time. Now, Rainmaker favors weapons that are slower and paint in front of themselves quickly, so that they can make paths for the Rainmaker, so they can move faster. Tacticooler is much more popular in Rainmaker than anywhere else competitively right now, because it gives the movement speed buff to the Rainmaker, so as soon as you get a fast break, you're able to move with the Rainmaker faster and score more points. Bloodborne Cart is coming. Wasn't that a mod that guy was making? I remember this. Same guy who made the like Halo mod, right? The one where you have like weapons built into the like firearms built into Dark Souls. God, that was such a wild mod, such a beautiful moment in video game history. Do I get paid to coach? Yes. I have a Medify account. People will pay me for that. And content creation is my job right now. I am supported largely on the on YouTube AdSense and supplemented by the generosity of viewers on Patreon and YouTube memberships and stuff like that. But it's working well so far. Like, I did make a massive investment in the channel. Like, I probably dropped like 10 grand just because in the time that it took the channel to grow, I was not making money. And I could not afford to try and do other things to make money while I was trying to make the channel grow. So, like, as an investment, it still has not, like, paid all the way off or anything like that. But I have grown to a point where I am confident that one day it will. And that's really neat. I am definitely adding to the bank account at this point with what I've been able to do on the channel. So at least for the time being, that speaks well of the longevity of the channel, of its ability to continue to grow as we go forward. Skill minimum for the Medify account. If you want to reserve a Medify lesson and you have never even touched a Switch controller, I will take that lesson and help you through the learning curve as fast as I possibly can. I am... Oh my god. I start talking about how I've... making money and stuff, and Ram goes and gifts 20 YouTube memberships. Thank you so much, Ram. Ram has been very supportive of the channel for a good long time. Do you have a video on how to get out of B- rank? Please help me. I do have a video on how to get out of B rank in Splatoon 2. The reason I have not made a video series similar to that in Splatoon 3 is not because I haven't had the time. It's because I don't think it would be as impactful. I talk about the rank points debt. I talk about this in the rank points debt video, but the ranking system in Splatoon 3 is, in my opinion, straight up worse at showing who is better than whom, at like who is more likely to win a match than whom, than it was in Splatoon 2. And I don't think that your letter rank means as much as it did in Splatoon 2. Because in Splatoon 2, you could demote. If you weren't able to hang at A-, you dropped to B+. That meant something. Now, the difference between B- and B+ was... that barely meant anything, even in Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 3, that is probably very meaningless. The problem is that currently your Glico rating, Glico being the matchmaking math that was behind Splatoon 2's system, is largely, like, unused for deciding who you get matched against. Like, you can be B- and match with someone who's S+. And that's just a thing that happens to people sometimes. And... I shouldn't even say that, because, like, the Glico system, the number that really changed things in Splatoon 2, isn't tied to the letter ranking either. So, how to get out of B+? Well, I mean, it depends on how good you are. Because B plus doesn't really mean, or B minus doesn't really mean as much. I can't draw patterns based on who's in what rank. But what I will say is that the How to Get Out of Ranked series from Splatoon 2 is still very applicable to Splatoon 3. There are very few things that I will ever talk about in that video that do not apply directly to this game. And I would still recommend that series to anybody who is interested in learning that kind of information. B+, yes. I am one entire alcohol into the stream, so my my wording is not as powerful as it usually is. Well, hello there, Carbine. Carbine's a former teammate of mine, competitive player. One entire alcohol, exactly. Exactly. Once ended up as in an anarchy match against Ice, the pro player, when I was barely A rank in the first few weeks. Yeah, in the first few weeks, it was stupid. Okay, you'd end up with these top 500 players in B minus, the lowest rank that you could possibly have if you had played Splatoon 2. Like, why? Why did it do that? It had the information about what rank they were in Splatoon 2. Why didn't they just put them up there in Splatoon 3? It's not that different a game. Just seed them a little bit differently. Start them off against players at their skill level. Don't let them, like, scare all of the new players out of ranked thinking, like, oh my god, I will never be good enough for this game, when you're playing against the best players in North America! Meh. I don't understand. It still doesn't make any sense to me. How busy is the Metafy lesson queue? Been thinking about asking for lesson, but I have a lot of improvement I can work on myself first. With Metafy, I generally can get people in within a week. Usually less than a week. Because it's like, if it's something that I'm doing for free, there it's like, oh god, when can I work this in that I'm not planning on editing a video? But with Metafy, it's like, I can put off editing this video for an hour. Because I'm getting paid for that time. That's kind of how the calculus works. Yeah, like, generally within a week, if that's when you want to do it. And if you want to put it off till later, if you want to reserve something for January, I mean, go for it. My schedule is way freer in January than it is right now. I can tell you that. Hey, Stormcoder. When are you going to play a tournament completely drunk? That would be content, I suppose. Would it be good content? I don't know. Could not tell you. How do you adapt to an unfavorable team comp? That depends entirely on the team comp. You need to look at what is this comp missing? Like, what is it that my weapon doesn't do very well, but that our comp is missing, that I can try and compensate for by playing differently? Example, there was a match I VOD reviewed today for Grace, where she's got both a Reflux and a Bloblobber, and then a Nautilus, and she's a Junior. Now, Junior is normally a very supportive weapon, but she's already got a Bloblobber and a Reflux, which are going to play very supportive roles. And unlike the Reflux and the Bloblobber, her weapon is much better suited to pushing up and taking frontline fights. It's not great at that, that's not what it does the best, and that's not what you usually prioritize, especially on a coordinated team. But the Nautilus isn't going to be able to push up quickly. The Junior is. And so in that match in particular, she needed to be playing a lot more aggressively than a Junior normally would to compensate for her team's lack of forward pushing power. The painting was covered. She didn't need to cover the painting because the Reflux and the Bloblobber had that from behind her. What was needed of her was aggression. And so that was something that she needed to kind of do. And she did a very good job of that too. Had a couple of good solo plays that let her kind of take over the zone and took some players out of play that the Reflux and the Bloblobber probably couldn't have made if they were trying to just frontline. So that's kind of how that goes. Opinions on opening Gambit. Absolute trash. Never run it. On Rainmaker, like, if you maybe, like, get a wipe early on and then just push the Rainmaker really hard early, and then you can hold from there, that's the best use case for it. That's the best argument for it. But it is a gambit, to use the term accurately. It is a gamble, and not a good one most of the time. You're trusting yourself and your team to win the game in the first 30 seconds if you're running opening gambit. And the buff isn't even that good, even for that amount of time. It's like, you get more out of LDE or comeback. How do you compensate with teammates who keep super jumping in and dying? Give them safe super jump spots. It's about the best you can hope for a lot of the time. If you can protect their jumps, definitely go for it. If not, at least try to use the fact that the opponents are looking at the super jump spot to do something about them. How much do you think your YouTube shorts have benefited the growth of the channel? Massively. Shorts are a huge part of why this channel grew. I cannot understate how important it is for a YouTuber right now to also be putting stuff on TikTok and YouTube shorts. Both of them. Like, my highest viewed video on YouTube has, I think, 127K views. My highest viewed video on TikTok has 1.6 mil. And it has 400K on YouTube Shorts as well. So 2 million impressions, 2 million people who now know that I exist versus 127K. And for less work. That's the other important thing. This is a 1-minute video that I made. The highly edited, you know, well-scripted content that takes 2 months to make is getting viewed like 20 times less than those shorts are. That's so powerful. And the algorithm on TikTok is one of the scariest things, I think, in modern society. Like, it sounds like a joke, but, like, that thing can tell what you're thinking in a way that frightens me. In a way that makes me feel like the AI takeover is coming sooner than we expect. A platform is only as toxic as how it's used, and if you're ending up in places that are toxic, then just, like, don't like the videos or watch them and scroll on to other ones that aren't. I think there are definitely positive creators on TikTok. I think it is a force for good in a lot of ways, in addition to being a force for more nefarious things. Opinions on tenacity? It only works when your teammates are dead. So, you using it is you basically giving a vote of no confidence in your teammates. And, like, if you're playing well, part of, like, the fact that you're doing well and carrying the team is going to account for your teammates. Like, you're going to save your teammates more often if you're playing well. Give yourself the tools to win fights instead of, like, expecting that the fights will go badly and trying to play off of those. That's, like, one of the weaknesses of Tacticooler. Tacticooler only works if you screw up and die. It only does anything if you didn't succeed in the first place. So just run something that helps you succeed in the first place instead. If you were seriously considering playing Drunken Splatoon, count me in. Sure, viewers playing with you are of age. I can't control whether they decide to be of age or not while they drink. I can discourage them from drinking while they're not of age, obviously, but if they tell me they're of age and they join me for that and they seem like they're of age, I'm not gonna track them down and suddenly decide, wait a minute, you're 20 years old and 9 months. You're not allowed. This is potentially a controversial take, but I also think it's kind of just objectively true. There are some adults who are just absolutely too irresponsible to consume alcohol at any age. And then there are some kids who would totally be responsible to drink alcohol far earlier than 21. I just think 21 is like kind of a decent medium. At least by 21, most people are not dumb enough to try and drive under the influence or something, but... So I think that's the biggest concern. I think the biggest reason that we keep the age for drinking as high as it is in the United States is specifically because of drunken driving incidents. Because people can drive at age 16, so if we let them drink at that age and they're not making good decisions, then people die. But there are absolutely 19-year-olds I would completely trust with alcohol. Because I know they're not going to do that stupid stuff. And then, again, like I said, there are 30-year-olds who I don't trust. 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds who take DUIs, and it's like, who allowed you to have a bottle? Well, you're stuck. Unfortunately, you have friends. I used those shots very defensively, like right on top of myself, just in case someone did decide to rush me. If I don't splat anybody with those, that's not the end of the world, because it keeps them away from me and I stay safe. But if I shoot too far and they're able to close distance with, and avoid the shots because of it, that's when that becomes a problem. And I already had one down anyway. Oh my goodness. Can we paint the shield or, the area around the Rainmaker or something, please? I would like to be able to move in there, but I definitely cannot. Oh dear. Taking fights on, opposite ends of the map. The right side of the map is, not useful to us right now. Now it's useful because they went there. But I think it was actually a bad idea that they went there. I think they had more control in the other direction. I'm just gonna take... Oh my god. That was a bad idea. I was like, they're not paying enough attention to me right now. I feel like I can just take this and go. That was not true. They were just biding their time. And that's something that you have to account for, too. Okay, they're going the... No, they're going this way. Okay. I'll trade the Rainmaker. That's fine. I wish we would... We need to, regroup a little bit here. Trading the Rainmaker is generally always worth it, but, we need to be alive to defend here, and that's not happening. Okay. Oh my god, I'm probably dead. No, I'm out of ink, I'm out of ink. If I wasn't out of ink, I'd be fine. I would have won that fight, 3 times over. Please get it down from there. The Tri-Slosher is chasing you. Okay, no, they're not chasing you. Cool. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Okay, got them down. Oh, dear. This is going exceedingly poorly. We've not been able to establish any semblance of control of our base for the last 2 minutes. Man. Alright, at least we got the reset. Should give us a little bit of space. We can wait out the inkjets. Inkjet's done. I need to get to a different angle because people keep dropping there and dying. Okay, how do we not feed here? If you're going to try and go this way, I am going to shoot you for that. There we go, there we go. Now we've got some advantage here. Now let's get rid of these beacons. Because those are going to be a problem to us if we don't get rid of those soon. Somebody over here. Okay, yeah, we got that one, we got that one. There's one trying to come through mid, and we back up from that because there's a lot of pressure in that direction. Let's wait for the tent shield to go down and then shoot this off. That didn't hit anybody? Ah, man. It feels like I'm further forward than my teammates are. I probably need to play a little bit further back Because even if I'm in the correct position on paper, I'm not getting any support on these fights, standing where I am. So regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, I need to play more defensively as it is. Alright, so that worked. I am the only one alive. Cool. Part of the problem there was when we all grouped up, which, I mean, that's a problem in the stage for one thing. Oh, this is bad. They've got 2 ink facts ready to go. It's going to be really hard to just push them. We are focusing generally on the correct side of the map here. Let's get some paint down. Oh, man. We need to pick this up. I can't even get there because my feet are unpaintable due to the ink vac. Wow, that was a disaster. Why didn't my message come through with the winky face? It did come through with the winky face. I see it there. All right, let's see. 8 and 11. Not a hugely positive impact that I was having on the game there. Maybe this isn't a great time to be playing series. Maybe I should just play some open. We'll give it one more try. Well, for science. But I might be a little bit on the impaired side here. Tips for Splatana Stamper. I don't know that weapon super well. That's a weapon that's... Its use cases and its strengths and weaknesses... Well, I know some of its weaknesses, but its strengths in particular are a little bit unfamiliar to me. Its damage combos are a really huge strength of it, and its range is a really huge strength of it. But where exactly it wants to be positioning, what its general game plan is, are things that I don't fully understand right this second. If you could add another form of movement, what would it be? The ability to, like, change directions in the air would be insane. Like some kind of air dash. That would be so sick. Come at me, Splatana Stamper. You explode in the Rainmaker explosion if you try. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, you know what? You know what happened there? I saw a Fizzy Bomb. I was like, oh, that's the sloshing machine. They don't have a sloshing machine on their team. Like, that's the only weapon that has that. And yes, no, arrow spray does not count as a weapon. Alright, just the ballpoint, and of course the ballpoint was able to stop it by themselves. We're not attending to the Rainmaker here. I can push up, but need someone going back and taking care of that. And if that's not the case, if that's not happening, then I have no reason to defend it. See if I can flank in here. Someone's trying to come out. Wow, they're watching that. Because we're 2 down is why. There's not that many players to focus on. That was poor timing on me. I had a teammate go down. I should have been a little bit more cautious than that. I mean, we got a checkpoint. That's still a success on the push. I just think we could have gotten a lot further. Because a lot of those deaths were pretty unnecessary. We don't need to pick that up. There's no rush. Unfortunate that we lost one there. I don't know what they're trying to do. Careful there. I would not have picked that up personally, but we'll work with it. Well, I didn't play that super well. But we can zone that player out from this side. It's only the E-leader who can stop me there. Okay, I guess we're going this way, but there's a ballpoint watching. Guess we can take them out, huh? I'm primarily worried about that player. There we go. I'm worried about this player, and they get me. If I had dodged a little bit sooner, I might have been able to dodge that, but it does have a pretty wide hitbox, so I'm not sure how safe that would have been. They're locked up into the top right here. If we just, like, push this, I feel like we'd get a couple out of it. But we're getting suppressed from in front is the problem. Okay. They took it, which I think is honestly a mistake. I think what they should have done was let it reset there, but it was also a mistake for me to die to the ballpoint. Because the problem is they needed to push us back. And they do that better if they have all 4 players rather than one of them holding the Rainmaker. Can I get some support there? There was a teammate right next to me. Yeah, I didn't hit a single shot, I don't think, so I don't think even their support from a single shot would have helped. Are we not in the way of it? Like, they... I really don't feel like they should have been allowed to get that far without somebody being in the way. That's an issue of not having someone between the Rainmaker and the goal that I do not expect people to be having at an S+ level. Ah, crap. Help. Okay, we got it. Oh, that's someone over there. Where did they go? Oh, they're still there. Yeah, crap. I'm gonna die to the explosion. No, I'm not! I'm gonna get splatted by a couple specials, but I'm gonna trade the Rainmaker first. Now, we really need to get over there on the right-hand side and defend. Okay, looks like we're in good shape. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get that. So they're going to drop back and try and set up for a push, a slow push, which doesn't work if you get traded. And all we really have to do here is prevent them from picking up, which we did successfully by contesting the pop long enough. Ideally, we don't pop it there, but if you pop it in the last second or two, they don't have enough time to physically run and grab the Rainmaker, so it's not the end of the world there either. People say Squid Roll helps the dually squelchers, but I'm not sure how to utilize it. Basically, it's a way to dodge roll before you have to use your dodge rolls. So you, like, use the Squid Roll to, like, get around a corner or something with armor, and then you start dodge rolling, so you have extra movement options. That's what that's basically for. I'm going to go use the restroom, but I will be right back. That wasn't bad. We can keep playing series. Alrighty. Are we talking about the ballpoint, like different fire modes? I'm assuming that's what that means. Where's ballpoint at? There it is. So, short range. Okay, and here's long range. And we just kind of keep it here. And then, like, short range, you're going to kind of just use, like, oh, shoot, there's someone who's rushing me right now, and I need shots as soon as I can possibly get them. Like, this isn't... Okay, this is not a slow kill time. Like, that outslays a lot of weapons. Even if you include the charge time. So you kind of use it for that. You might use it for painting. Because it paints really smoothly in front of you. I don't know. Doesn't paint for very long, though. I don't actually know what's optimal for painting on the ballpoint. I've never thought to use it specifically for just painting. But... opinions on Tetris playing as support. That sounds like a really bad idea. If we're defining support as the same thing, because the word support means a lot of different things to different people, and you need to be very, very careful about using that for that reason. It's a weak term, just because if you say, oh, I'm going to support them in fights, then, well, yeah, that's what the Tetris are for. But most of the time when people say support, they mean that this is a weapon that's going to primarily paint and try and get its specials up and have that available for every fight, and that it's not going to be fighting on the front lines. All of that is the opposite of the Tetradualies. Tetradualies barely care at all about their special. They are going to roll into the enemy team and, like, feed in for trades. That is not what a support does. So... my answer is tentatively no. Absolutely not. It is a weapon that is best used for fighting. All of the things that are special about it, that are unique strengths of it, make it better at fighting. And not at painting. It's pretty lackluster as a painter. And the special that it gets for it is not going to help the team that much. It's very selfish. How anyone plays Tetris, Dapples are infinitely better. Very untrue, competitively speaking. Tetras are a weapon that can be played at top level. Dapples are a weapon that you don't even see played at, like, low-level competitive play. It just falls off that hard. Now, there are some niches, like, there was a Japanese comp that recently ran Tetradualies and Rainmaker, and had a very specific reason for doing it, and it worked. But on the whole, the weapon just does not have the range nor the movement to make up for its range and its movements. Like, its movement doesn't make up for its terrible range, is the way I would say it. Weapon range matters a lot in this game. It's not everything, but if you can't get close enough to use your time to kill, it doesn't matter how fast your time to kill is. Like, yeah, it kills quickly, but you have to be sneezing on them. You have to be, like, in breathing range of them to do any damage. You need to punch them with your weapons. And good players are simply not going to let you get that close a lot of the time. They are going to paint defensively when they see that you are in the game, and will not get caught very often. Not often enough to justify using the weapon at the very least. How did that not hit? That looked like it was dead on. Okay, I think that player went down. Let's grab this and run it this way, because this is out of the Eliter's sightline. Yeah, there's someone on me, so we're just going to squid roll. And okay, we're not going to squid roll. We're going to miss, but my teammate's going to clean it up. Now at least we have the Rainmaker on the side of the map we want it. You generally want to take the Rainmaker to the place where it is hardest for your opponents to push, if nothing else. But it also helps that that is usually the place where it is easiest for you to push, because the maps are symmetrical. Like, if they want to push to the right, that means you want to push to the left. And your right is their left. This is probably game. There we go. With them being behind me, they actually probably could have stopped me earlier than that, but they just didn't get there. Okay, so S+, here's the thing. The rank does not correlate super well with the skill level of the players right now, frankly. Like, your rank is more, I would say, a variable of how long you've been playing the game than how successful you have been while you've been playing. Splatoween would be a good candidate for Zipcaster. That could be interesting. That could be fun. Not a big fan of Clamblitz. That is an incorrect opinion. I think Clamblitz is really cool. Now, it's not very well tutorialized, and so early on, like, you run into a lot of teammates who literally, like, don't even know where to throw the clams. They don't know they need a power clam. There's just a bunch of stuff that, like, they really should have figured out before they started playing the mode. Because, like, the game does at least tell you the rules for the mode, and, like, you should probably read those at least a little bit, but I think a lot of people don't even recognize it, and they just hope they can figure it out as they go. So, yeah, you run into some problems there, and that's something that I think is the game's fault as much as it is the player's fault. But, like, after those first couple early levels where people don't really know how it works, it's a lot less teamwork dependent than people say. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, that mode needs great team coordination. No, it really doesn't at high level. I think it's harder to play high level, like, Rainmaker or Tower Control and coordinate with your team on those pushes than it is coordinating Clamblitz. Because you need to decide who's going to take the objective, whereas in Clamblitz, anyone can be the objective, because all anyone should be doing in that mode is getting one clam short of a power clam and then pushing up, however their weapon does best. In Tower Control, you got to decide when people are going to use the big bubbler on tower, and, like, who it's going to be. I'm sitting here so that the basket blocks the hammer before it gets thrown. There's another hammer. Oh, there was someone behind me. We got two down. Man. I meant that bomb to land on the jump over on the right, and it hit the wall instead. Okay, we got two down. Let's push up. We need to get them out of the base. We need to prevent scoring. Secure the perimeter. Oh my goodness! Why are we letting this through? They're almost wiped. Enforce your zones. My goodness. If someone gets into our range, we need to shoot them so that they don't get to the basket. And that was not happening there. Okay. Well. Okay, nice. Oh, I thought we were in. You're out of charge. But not for very long because you're a mini. It's annoying. There we go. I do have a faster kill time, just not by much. That's player jumped out. Can we get a couple clams? No, we don't have anyone with clams! Nobody's... Okay, everybody's dead is the problem. Throwing this someplace else. How did that not hit? My god, I don't understand the hitbox on this thing sometimes. Oh god, I'm almost... why did I jump? I didn't need to jump. They didn't know where I was. They weren't shooting at me. I could have just swam a little bit further forward and been able to move. Oh, if somebody stays in position... I don't know if this is going to be close enough. But we throw it. Let's go! Okay, now we need to enforce our zone, and we are not doing that, because they are in an area we should control. How are they getting here? We have enough players, we should be enforcing this radius around the basket so they cannot approach that closely. They're so weak, please shoot them. They're just walking forward while we're alive and going past us. I don't understand. We should have a radius of paint around the basket to prevent that from happening for long enough that we see them when they're trying to do that and we shoot them. But they're just sitting in every sharking spot imaginable, like, while we were in positions to stop those positions from developing. That was annoying. How can I practice at the specials? It is tough. There are a few, like, single-player maps that let you... that let you practice with, like, a certain special, like an Octo expansion of Splatoon 2. There was the Inkjet level. That was really useful. There's the Zipcaster levels in Splatoon 3. There's a Crab Tank level. Like, there are some places where you can just kind of stay in it and use it over and over again. So those can be helpful if you just go into one of those. But if you don't have one for your special, you kind of just have to, like, farm it really quickly and then practice it in the training room. That's about the best you got. Which is why it's taking so long to learn, like, Trizuka and Tri-Strike. Took me a while to understand what was actually happening in Clan Blitz, yeah. And I have a couple of videos about that if, you know, that's something that people feel like, yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I try to explain Clan Blitz in some pretty, in pretty significant detail. Especially the video You're Pushing Wrong in Clan Blitz. That's one that I would recommend that everyone go and watch if you don't feel like you know how that mode works. How do you effectively use angle shooter? My answer to that is literally that you don't, because I think most of the time it is not worth the ink. If you're out of range and they're down to like 30 HP, maybe you can try and snipe them with it. And if you need some information, it can be a good way to, like, get information across a certain sight line to make sure that nobody has crossed it. But it's not a very good sub-weapon. I think it is the weakest in the game right now. I would rather have Sprinkler, I think, over an angle shooter. So at least Sprinkler helps me charge my special. And paints somewhat. Oh, God. Okay, well, So you're gonna throw one and then put the... Okay, no, they're gonna die. They probably just got, like, flanked and hit with the melee hit from the angle, the wiper. Okay, so they're denied their clam from there. Player has to go elsewhere because they can't go straight up the spinner. I'm not super close to... Oh, hi! What are you trying to do? That is not what your weapon does well. Okay, we get in over this for free because that just opened up for us. They are zoned out so hard, but unfortunately it's toward my teammate. Teammate just snuck by him, I guess. That's the sort of thing that upsets me about, like, how the last game went. Like, that splatter shot did not have to let my teammate through. They just totally let them swim by not covering the range that they wanted to run in. The player with the clan there should have died and didn't. That's what I mean by enforcing your zone. Imagine, for a second, that I bait everyone into the Trizuka here. Wouldn't that have been a beautiful world? Alright, well. We're doing alright for ourselves by just standing here. Okay, not anymore. I feel like the... I'm surprised the Luna didn't get that one. I obviously can't see how it went, so I can't see how well the other player played it, but it seemed like they should have had an angle. Oh, God. That was well played. I didn't see that player coming at all. Maybe the information was on the screen and I just didn't pay enough attention to it, but... It definitely surprised me. Okay, cool. We're doing a much better job of closing... Okay, well, I say that and then we die, but... Before we died, we were doing a really good job of enforcing our zone. We were stopping them from getting into that radius around the basket. And that's what you need to do. Whatever is around the basket, however close you have to be to throw clams, you need to own that like it's splat zones. Total control over it. That's how you defend. Nope. There are a lot of things happening here. We don't need to even drop down from here. Like, I am a short-range weapon, and I am splatting people from this position. Like, dropping down off of ledges, especially in enemy ink like that, not the call. Ooh, that was a good bomb. Oh my god, where are we? We did not lock down the zone there. Not lock down the zone around the basket. Please, throw some bombs. Stop them, thank you. I'm so worried that somebody shows up from an angle that we haven't spotted. Oh my god, they can get in over the top. Please stop them. Okay. Jeez. They scored, like, 30 more points than they had any right to, I think. Just, again, like, paint thoroughly, paint defensively, move forward slowly. Do not be on the opposing team's side when they still have someone in scoring at our basket. That's just poor zone control. But at high level in solo queue clan blitz, what like actually happens and what is really, really cool is everybody knows exactly how to push. You just get like 7 clams each. You get to the basket with advantage. You throw one clam at one person, make one power clam, and then you just sit around the basket and throw in like a clam at a time to keep the basket open while somebody else goes and fetches more clams from mid. And otherwise you try and keep as much fighting power around the basket as you possibly can so that you can keep it open. Typically you only see that around people who have competitive experience, but with those people, you don't need to communicate. Like, they all know what to do. And it's not like that in Rainmaker or Tower Control. Like, there can definitely be some slip-ups that are just a factor of people interpreting how the comp should be played in different ways. But in Rainmaker, it's relatively simple to just figure out from where everybody's standing and what their weapons are. Need help over on the left. We do not need a power clam over on the right when they are scoring on our left. Oh my god. Where is that? Highness? Jeez. Oh my god. That was just a tough fight. We were just dying too much to accomplish a defensive zone around the basket. That wasn't a strategic problem, that was just a tactical issue. There's one. Get another one. Push them over to the left. Oh, they see us. That's unfortunate. I was going to try and sneak up on that Squiffer, but now they know where I am. I see you. Don't think I'm not going to deal with that if you move up. Beautiful. Oh, and do we get this player? We do if we don't miss every shot. Nice. Okay. Can we get any clams? No, we can't. That was partly on me for not having any clams picked up before we got in there. It's always important to have at least a few clams so that you can stall basket as necessary. I'm winning this fight, I just need someone to follow up on it to actually get the pick. Oh, come on. Someone else went down there, but we get the pick because they probably think they're safe because they got a pick recently. They're just going to beeline the basket as soon as they get that. Oh, a couple of movement reads save the game there, but... You can get over the top here. Oh, nope. Needed to be hitting those shots earlier. We had enough shots to be able to hit them, but definitely missed too much. Man, and we're all dead. They're just beelining here again. Why am I the last one alive? Oh, goodness. Clams. I need to stop the ones with clams. Okay. I don't know. We had two Brellas, which isn't great, because Brellas are just in a really weak state right now with the way that latency is. It's possible people were like getting hit through walls and stuff. Also, the Galugas have a splash wall, and all of those things get hit through by a machine. So it's possible maybe they were just getting hit through by machine shots or something. Like there are reasons for us to be losing fights there. That makes some sense. Great, we got some bots. Yeah, there it is. Okay, they should be blocked. Yeah, I really wish YouTube would do something more about those bots, because they are arriving with too much frequency. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think they should do to buff angle shooter? Reborn had this crazy idea that I think is hilarious and I want to see, at least for a patch. What he suggested was quintuple its range, okay? So you think about, you throw that, like, that way, it's gonna go all the way over and then, like, bounce back. Like, make it insanely, absurdly long range, like, practically global range, so that it's always gonna bounce somewhere. So that in, like, narrow corridors, it just goes bounce, 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 and it goes everywhere. And also make the tripwire do, like, 10 damage. That would be kind of fun, and worth considering at least. And maybe if you need to tone it back a little bit, you tone it back, but, like, it needs something that drastic. Well, at least we traded back there. Probably could have had a second one if my aim was better. Okay, this will draw people over to the left side. And they don't have anything super long range except for the 96. So we could probably just start scooting this in. 96 is in front of me. We need that out of the way to move forward. And we have somebody else with a power clam, which is going to make it much more difficult to get both power clams in because now both players are visible. So they'll be stealthed. What you always want is to have exactly one power clam at a time, and for everybody else to use whatever advantages they can for not having the power clam to be able to push up and support the power clam. I'm not the ideal player to have a power clam, but I had one, and so that's kind of how it needed to go. Oh, man. Me dying there was not great. Oh, that was a lot of things that I did not know were there. Good job on the teammate to take two as they went down. That's at least something. Let's paint a little bit more defensively first before we drop in again. Oh boy. I need to help this teammate, otherwise they're getting flanked. Oh, shoot. Oh, they're going over the top. Stopped it. It's one of the most annoying things about this map in Clan Blitz is that you have to control the top of the spinner. And if you don't do that, they just score for free. It's super frustrating. Like, well, didn't control this one, like, hyper-specific location on the map that's only certain weapons have any kind of advantage over. Guess we'll lose. Probably my least favorite Sturgeon map for that reason. Sturgeon mode, I should say. Nope. Although the maps do change, to be fair, from mode to mode. Can't jump into any of those, they're too far forward. As soon as anyone looks at one of them, I'm dead. I don't know where we're focusing. We've got someone in mid and we've got someone on far right. Okay, there's one. What happened there? Is that a bomb? Nice. Oh god, there's two. The angle I took there threw them off just enough. I'm gonna rotate right. Might be able to do more here. Stay alive here. Oh my god. And maintain mid control. So much for staying alive. Back up a little bit. Maybe get a good Trizuka location. Crap. That was probably a double bomb. Do we have a power clam even? No, we don't. Why is nobody collecting clams? Oh no. This is game. I should have checked to see if we had a power clam earlier than that. That's something you want to know in the last, like, 20 seconds or something. Ugh. But, man, we held mid for so long, and just every time we tried to push in, we all died. So we had to back up. What if it caused, like, poison damage that would splat in 3 seconds if the player doesn't submerge and need to heal? They're going to submerge every 3 seconds. That's not ever going to be impactful, I don't think. They'd have to be, like, so badly... Holy crap, 0 and 8. With 0 specials. Oof. That's got to be demoralizing for them. Oh. Alrighty. There is no poison damage in Splatoon. That was a status effect they made up for the purpose of a hypothetical. Tips for playing with a pro controller after getting used to the Joy-Cons. The biggest thing is the stick, for sure. You're going to have to, like, just completely get used to how the left stick feels on your thumb, because it's totally different. Everything else carries over pretty well. And it'll just take some time. After a couple weeks, it'll feel more natural again. Wasn't even in the stream when it happened, but now I'm here. That would have been Ram. Ram is benevolent. Is the Halloween Santa Claus. So the bomb there forced the player to back up further than they were going to have to back up otherwise, and that helps keep my teammates safe. Like, what I like to do is throw a bomb behind them and then start aggressing them, because then they get forced backwards into the bomb. And then they're like, ah, well, I have to move even further. Or they just die. Sometimes at lower levels they just die, and that's neat too. Thank you for the membership, Tomo Yang. Appreciate it. Oh, can we get this? Can we get this in time? Yes, we can. Haha. Get splooted, my friend. Aha. I have defeated you. Okay. Now, where are the clams? We want to keep control of this. We're going to get targeted for being here. Hello. Where are the clams? Why? I have 2 clams, and I have more than anybody else on the team. Goodness. Okay, now somebody else get clams so that we can follow up even if I do score. You know what? I'm throwing this to Big Twiz. Oh, they turned their back. That was a mistake. See, now I'm the only person who has collected any of the clams that have been scored in this game. And we don't get anything more because nobody else was collecting clams at any moment while we had mid-control. Gotta clam up when you got control. You are simply not as useful to the team without clams as you are with some clams. Not looking for power clams here. Those give you away, and those have significant disadvantages. But if you've got one, you can stall the basket for 3 seconds. And even that is a huge deal. Thank you for the membership, Ellie Droid. Appreciate you. Oh, hello. Please go away. Go away? Go away? Huh? Huh? Can I hit this? Oh god, I can't hit this. Well, I can hit it now that they jumped at me. That's probably not the call. Aha! Get flanked. Well, I'm dead anyway. So I could not find my shots. They've got 2 power clams right now, which they probably don't want because that gives them away. That'll harass the heavy so that they are forced to go someplace else. That point sensor was huge for us, or whatever it was that revealed them. This will force that player out. And, oh, the heavy sidesteps that like a boss. They held charge while I was firing bazooka at them. That was honestly, like, a little too brave. That's something that, like, you can't expect to work. Woo, okay, we're alive. Like, if I aim that better, they do just die. Oh, man. They were one shot, literally one shot. Like, a lot of the time people say they were one shot and really they'd been hit like once. But that time, I hit them twice with a splatter shot. A single bullet would have done it. Okay, good trade. That's actually really good for being stuck in a 1v2 situation there. Oh, hi. They didn't have any clams. We splatted too many of them in quick succession there at the end that they weren't actually able to get out on the map and collect anything. Hey, it's the Devi raid! Welcome to Devi. For those who don't know Devi, Devi is a good friend of the channel. Is the only other person actually who has admin access to the Squid School Discord server. So if you want any special rules or anything, she's the one to bribe. She was the captain of the team that I played for, the Grillers, since its inception. Still is. I'm not on that team anymore, but she runs it with an iron fist. No, she is a benevolent and good holy Hydra mom. Hydra main, if you play Splatlings, definitely check her out because she is going to know those better than I will. She's also the author of our backline positioning guides that we have in the resources channel of the Squid School Discord server. So, lots of good reasons to check up on Devi. She was doing Hydra crimes today, I believe, which is a stream where she gets together with 3 other Hydra players and plays Quad Hydra and commits crimes. Oh, well, there we go. He's playing Explo and Tri-Stringer during the scrim tonight, aside from Hydra. Cool. Stretching my hands out a little bit. Thanks for all the great tutorials. Thank you. Appreciate you saying so. You're getting at a B rank video. You mentioned moving randomly when getting shot instead of walking and shooting. Any movement drill advice besides practicing main strafing? So you want to main strafe in a particular way. So if you're fighting against a weapon that has longer range than you want to work on like closing distance, getting close, and just being right on top of them, having your aim set, and deleting them instantly. So like this is the kind of thing that a sploosh would do in their aim drills. Just like get on top of it and make sure that none of the shots miss. If you're at longer range, you always want to be like working to like move backwards as you're aiming at something and keeping your aim on at a distance and doing this sort of thing to kite. Or if you're playing like the dually squelchers in particular, there's specific tech for that where you're doing this. You're doing jump tech. And trying to keep your aim on while still being able to move unpredictably. But if you're planning on taking a lot of fights at about the same range as your weapon, then you always want to be moving sideways. You always want to be moving in a circle around them, because that is what throws their aim off the most. So if you're a short-ranged weapon and you're fighting a long-ranged weapon, you need a close distance. If you're a long-ranged weapon fighting a shorter-ranged weapon, you need to create distance. And then if you're at the same range as your opponent, you move sideways to throw their aim off, as a general rule. Because sideways makes them have to adjust the most. So it kind of depends on what weapon you're using and what fights you expect to have to be taking. Got a game in with me? Awesome, GG's. Unless we lost, in which case, BG's. No, just kidding. Yeah, L target them, exactly, Zelda style. Should you try to keep the dummy in your range? Absolutely. Like, the dummy... If you're taking shots from outside of range, that's a bad habit. You should, like... If any shot that you take ever misses, you want to immediately stop shooting and reposition. As a general rule. Against opponents, against dummies, whatever. There's no point in firing shots that are missing. All it's doing is alerting the opposing team of your presence at that time. There are very few exceptions. What you might do with slower firing weapons is fire shots that could hit if they try to push you, that force them to not push you. But the expectation is always that you're firing those shots in expectation that they could hit someone. And then if they don't hit someone, you want to move still. Did I just, like, completely miss a bomb there? Or, like, miss time? I don't know what happened there. It was probably bad on my part. How did... What? How are neither of us dead? That's an affront to both of our aim. Well, at least I distracted enough people that they weren't able to score more. That's my copium for that fight. We are going down very, very steadily here. We need to get some control here. That's one of them down. Two on the area up here, and I should back up. I don't need to contest this. Okay, from there. Start moving up and taking this position. Oh, hello! Crap. Thank you, teammate. That was bad on my part. Of course, as soon as I try to go in, I get marked. Blaster's getting in range. I need to be careful. One. Two. Okay, now we can start moving up. We're really close to dead. Oh god. I don't want everyone to be on top of me here. That's exactly what happens if everyone stands on top of each other. I am only alive because I recognized that situation and backed up. We need to take different angles. Get some paint over here just to make them think twice about looking all in the same direction. Ooh, look at this. There's a player who's going to threaten to score over here. Better do something about him. Baited. Yeah, this is a low percentage shot. Yeah, I shouldn't have taken it from that angle. And I'm last up. Okay, brush on the right. Oh crap, they're above me. I don't want them to get close. Help. We need a clam in 25. We have time for a fight, but we need to be thinking about that on our way. Nope. It's my idea. You can't steal it. Okay, I got 2. Can we do something with that? We need to make a clam. We need to make a clam. Please make a clam. Nobody's making a clam. We lose the game because nobody made a clam. We had 10 clams. We just needed to combine them. And that did not happen. We might have even won off of a single power clam in. I didn't actually check the penalty because we weren't that close to the basket yet. What way is the quickest to the basket on this map? I mean, the quickest way is straight up the middle. The question is whether it's the safest way. Yeah, I'm gonna back out of that one. Penalty is the, like, plus number that gets tacked on after you score. It is equal to half the number of points you scored on the last push. So if you score a power clam and nothing else at the very beginning of the game, you will have a score of 80 remaining, but with a penalty of 10. So the next power clam you throw in, it'll only score to 70, because even though it's worth 20 points, it has to eat through that 10-point penalty before any more points go into the basket. So that's how that works. So the lowest penalty you can possibly have is 10, and the highest penalty you can possibly have is 49. So anything more and you KO. Thank you for the raid, Lumo! Welcome, Lumo Phoenix. Lumo is a good friend of the stream. Is a guest lecturer in the server on all things Salmon Run. And was probably playing some Salmon, I would imagine. Big fish. Yes, good, good. Tips when playing as buckets or sloshers. Your biggest advantage as a weapon class is your ability to hit up over ledges. I cannot hit this player right now because the angle is too awkward. But you as a bucket or a said buckets or sloshers. Yeah, so same difference. You as a slosher can hit that. You're always looking for ways with those weapons that you can hit them that they can't hit you back. If you play tri-slosher, that's a little different because that's more of an ambush weapon. But even then, you can still find ways to use it. So against like a shorter ranged weapon, you can kite them with the vanilla slosher. But in a lot of other cases, you're just trying to look to get underneath a ledge and hit them up over the top of it. Play to your weapon strengths as much as you can. First time joining the stream? Welcome, DuckDuckCV. What do you think of the carbon roller? It needs a better kit. Zipcaster is not a bad fit for it, but it's still pretty niche, and it would really like something it could damage combo with, like it had in the Carbon Deco of Splatoon 2. If it gets the Burst Bomb back, we're in business. In fact, if it gets the Burst Bomb back, it's still probably one of the best ambush weapons in the game. I will take those, thank you. They will support the blue team cause. Opinion on Ink Brush? Solid weapon. Ink Brush means, like, you're eating well with it. It's not a weapon that I would, like, quit another weapon class I like a lot to play because it's that strong. But it's good. It can definitely do things. Well, we all died, so we're gonna get scored on. So the first priority is get paint control around all the areas they can score from. And we have not made a push to get control of this yet. And I get one shot for trying. Ugh, we need at least some bombs thrown up there. Man, what is this comp? We have no range. The sploosh even got up there and still couldn't stop them in time. Ugh. Definitely not picking that comp again. I don't even think the players necessarily did too poorly on it. We just took a bad wipe. And from there, the game spiraled out of control. Because what you really need there is like an E-liter watching snipe or like a Hydra or something so that you can clear it without having to push it yourself. Either that or you need like a weapon that can hit up over the top of it, like a blaster or a slosher or something. Because without any of those kinds of tools to attack Top mid? Why did I press A? We're gonna back out of that. Without any of those kinds of tools, all you can really do is like throw a bomb up there and hope they fall into it. Pushing up that wall is usually disadvantageous and predictable. How do you feel about weapons that have a fixed ultra stamp? What do you mean a fixed ultra stamp? Oh, like the 1.2.0 fixes? Ultra Stamp is still one of the weakest specials in the game. Like, the fact that it's working on par with how it worked in Splatoon 2 now does not fix the fact that it was still very weak even in Splatoon 2. Competitively speaking. It's like bringing a knife to a gunfight, right? You're using a melee weapon in a game where people use projectile weapons. Sure, you can throw it, but if you're playing it just to throw it, use a Trizooka. Trizooka gives you 3 shots. And they're faster shots, too. It's not like the worst special that you could have on some weapons. Like, Sploosh made pretty decent use of it in Splatoon 2. But it's definitely, like, mid to low tier. Hi, the boy hot 345. My new weapon idea, the dual E-liters. The E-liter dualies. Sounds great. You should pitch it to Nintendo. They'll probably hire you. We clumped up. That bomb wasn't even meant for me. It was meant for my teammate, but the teammate ran so close to me that it targeted me too. There's one. Oh god, there's a flank. Okay, we got the flank. Cool. We get control of left stack here. I'm probably dead because nobody's here. Oh, they didn't cut off that angle. Okay, we're safe. That was a mistake on their part. They could have had me. Stop that. This is a roller. I can't fight this. Not accomplished much so far in this game. Just played a lot of defense. And it's easy to get KA on defense in Clam Blitz. Because they're all at a disadvantage because they're all trying to score clams instead of shoot you. The question in Clam Blitz is not, can you get picks while you're on defense? It's, can you get picks in neutral? Oh my goodness. Where? What? What even hit me? I didn't see the bomb at all. Oh, jeez. It's probably obvious to you guys on screen. Peek defensively here. Stop. Oh my god. We never actually stopped them. We all just died before we could get out into mid. Ugh, I was dying a lot too. So it's like I'm definitely partially responsible for it, but it feels like I just splatted so many people and nothing happened for it. Bomb was on the block. Yeah, okay. Hey there, Bread King. Gem feeding moment. I wasn't feeding that badly. 4 deaths isn't huge. That is definitely a negative ticket. What is woomy? It is the sound that people make when they booyah. Or at least the sound they made in Splatoon 1, I guess. Why does it not show you the results screen at the end of a series? Why do I have to go in here to check this? This is such a silly quality of life thing. Yeah, I mean, I went positive. I didn't die as many times as a lot of my teammates did, despite the fact that I'm a frontline. I mean, I guess we were all frontline weapons. Got a couple of specials off. A lot of the time, another way to tell that a player was going down too much is if they aren't firing very many specials, because they're dying before they get the special. Opinion on Jet Squelcher as a main weapon? Great if it has the kit that supports it. Like, if it has a special to farm, it's stupid, and I hate it. But if it's not got a special that's really worth farming, like, and just spamming, especially if it doesn't have, like, a sub that assists it with movement or getting picks or something, it definitely is weaker. How do you keep from tilting? It's gonna happen eventually. You know, like, people tilt. But learning what causes you to tilt more often is important. Like, spotting, okay, this was the exact moment that I tilted, and here is why that happened. For me, it's often feeling like I'm having an outsized contribution, and I'm still unable to, like, win the game because of factors outside my control. That's something that causes me to tilt. And so that's something that, like, as soon as I start saying those kinds of things, I have to, like, check myself. Nice. Alright, well. Cool. That covers them. Like, that sound that you just heard is woomy, right there. That is the sound that the woomies made when they booyah'd. Who can miss all their Trizuka shots first? It is moments like that I kind of chuckle about when people compliment my Trizuka play. Like, you think I'm good at this? Like, have you seen that shot? Like, that was not it. Okay, congratulations, you have opened the basket and given us a power clam. Good job. Okay, we cut off this player from their teammates, and then we get splatted. And, okay, 2 for 1. So we've got control now. Power Clam goes in and gets us to 68, so we need 3 more to get lead. Funny you should mention that, because I happen to have 3 clams right here. Okay, got 1. This guy runs right into me because they don't have a line otherwise, and that's game. Yeah, that splatter shot at the end, there was only one direction they could possibly move closer to me, and that was dead ahead. So I just aimed at the front of their line of ink, and the shots were easy. Hi there, kitty cat. How are you doing today? This is remarkably disciplined of you, Cat. You're not bothering me for food until only a half hour before you need to be fed. Usually it's more like an hour and a half. I'm proud of you. Behind you. I like that name for a roller player. Cat cam. We're still saving up for cat cam. Because really, so here's the idea with cat cam. What I'm probably going to do is get a really, really nice camera to replace... The current cam that I use will become the cat cam. And I will replace it with a much nicer camera that I can use for video making purposes. Because I feel like the lowest quality by far parts of my videos are the parts where I'm showing my face. And I would like to be able to just do that more often because it's the easiest B-roll in the world, just putting my face on the video. And I feel like with my current lighting setup and my current camera, those just don't look as professional as everything else in the videos. So, I'm working toward it for sure. Can I dress up as you for Halloween? I don't think anyone will recognize it, but go ahead. You have my permission. How come people say Splatter Shot is better than Hero Shot? It's a joke. They are completely identical weapons. Now, aesthetically speaking, the Hero Shot is bankrupt, and you should never use it. It's outclassed, but I literally only say that because it's a joke. It's the version of it that I prefer. Oh, boy. It's a little bit of pose law going on here, not gonna lie. Oh, I almost got that shot off. That would've been sick. It would've been sick. I don't think we make it in. Oh, wait. Nice! That's a woomie. Okay, we are a little bit behind on manpower now. Well, very far behind on man or squid power or whatever. I propose squid power as a gender-neutral alternative to manpower. Oh, that hits me over the ledge. Shoot. I thought I was safe for sitting on the wall there. That's good to know. That those can actually hit over the top like a suction bomb does. Uh-oh. No, I didn't mean to drop off. That was not the intended movement there. We need to get some control over there. They're just going for it, and I can't catch them. Probably do catch them there, if not for Tacticooler. Kind of unfortunate. But we only dropped a power clam, so... Ugh, go too far. Hi there. You are in danger. I should make sure this... Yeah, I knew there was going to be someone on the right. So I was like, wait, where are my teammates on the right? There's nobody watching this at all. Our right basket's completely open on the right-hand side. Okay, a teammate sees it, they're jumping. Yeah, we have not gotten control of it. Okay. Dapples have to stay down there because that's the only place they have where we can't shoot them. Cool. We trade those back for our teammates. Oh, crap. Oh, hello. Whoa, they missed me. Okay. How many do I have? I have one. Nicely done. I am the only one left alive. This probably does turn into lead for them. Stop them there. We can keep them off the top here. We're actually good. Wow. This is too close, though, because now they can just score a single power clam and they're in the lead again. We would really prefer to get more points than this. Okay, let's see if we can follow up on this Suka at all. Maybe a little too obvious. I should back up. Oh, teammate dropped down to help. Does that put them out of reach? 13... Plus 13. Yeah. They need more than a power climb now. Okay, that's huge. We stop that player for sure. 2 down is great. We're both in left side. We're going to throw a bunch of bombs over there. Be careful, Sheeplay. I'm a little worried for you. There's a lot coming in from this side right now. Oh boy. No shot! Nice. Okay, we held on. Jeej. I had a junior player on my team earlier who was named Bomb. They knew their role. When did you stop playing Euphonium and why? I was in college just because I was getting busy enough and it wasn't an important enough part of my education or my life to want to devote, 45 minutes a day or whatever to practicing like I had been. So it just kind of fell off over time. We have 8 players and 3 subs. Is that too large? I would say yes. So one of the things that's going to happen there is you're going to run into a lot of situations where you have to decide who's going to play. Another problem with that is that when you do play, it's going to be with a different group of players every time in all likelihood, unless you have a set roster and like 4 of them just like never play unless someone's subbing in. That should be that's a number of people that should be on 2 teams. It's really awkward, the politics of, like, who gets to play. Because it's either, like, the captain is laying down the law and deciding who their best roster is that they want to put forward for a tournament, or they're rotating everybody so that you can never get used to the players you're playing with because it's always a different group. Yeah, euphonium is a really cool instrument, and I wish it were used in more situations. The fact that it's just, like, primarily a solo instrument, even though it's a low brass instrument that also can play soloistically, like, that's very neat. That's something you don't see from a lot of instruments, and I don't know why it's used as little as it is. But that just happens to be the case. Oh, teammate's probably dead here if I don't support. Let's rotate back over here, because this player might be in danger. Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, I just don't have anywhere I can safely stand. Should have jumped out. That's what I really should have done. We need bombs in front of that. There's no way we stop that individually with main weapons. We need bombs. There we go. Ooh. No. Where's that stamper? Okay. We've got control of the space. We've got a few clams. We could probably use some more. But we need to also not lose a fight here. That forces the range blaster down. Teammate went in and died, unfortunately. Let's see if we can get a shark on this guy. Oh, well, we should have been able to, but we missed too many shots. Is this smart? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, let's get in behind this jet. Nice. It was smart. We got everyone but the jet. That's funny. Anybody? Anybody want to get hit by this? Thank you so much for the gift subs, Red King. Really appreciate that. Ah! Ooh, am I dead? Am I dead? I think I'm dead. Whew. I would really like a better angle to be able to zoom from. Okay. Yes! Nice. I went in, I got their attention. The power clam was able to get in off the back of that. And we take the lead by more than a power clam with a minute to go. So now we really need to not lose a fight. And that's a good start. We got a fight win over on the left-hand side. Let's very slowly work our way across. We want to at least be able to trade back if anybody goes down. We're about to get flanked from down here, I think. Yes. Okay, we got the trade back, which is fine. It's actually only the wave breaker that ended up getting me. Should probably not be allowing this, but... They're so weak, they're so weak. Okay. No jump. Cat is attacking me. There's a raid. Everything's going ballistic. I am down. Thank you so much for the raid, Astral Altaria. Oh, wait. This does not feel good. That player goes down. Oh, they got 2 for it, though. Absolutely one of the clutchest things I've ever seen. Oh, God. This player needs to die. Okay. No, 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 no. I can't get an angle. Okay. Whew, that was too close. Wow. So thank you again, Bread King, for the gift subs, or the gift memberships, I should say. This is YouTube. We don't have subs that require money. We have memberships. And thank you so much for the raid, Astral Altaria. Welcome in, everyone. So backing up real quick. Hi, Jim. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. I was thinking of hopping on Clamblets, but I was afraid I'd end up in a match with you. Oh, come on. There are so many people playing right now. Chances of that are very low. Do you play on a TV or a computer monitor? I play on a TV. I have 2 computer monitors that are for my computer, and then a TV that is for my Switch. Funds for the cat cam. Thank you. Oh, you were in there. Right when I'm saying, yeah, nobody's gonna... You're not gonna match with me if you try and join right now. Somebody from chat has matched with me, so... There you go. Although, what does tend to happen is people will match with you and then be like, oh, hey, I bet they're streaming, and they'll come and watch the stream. So usually it's that, and it feels disproportionate how many times that happens. I'm watching the channel for a while, and it's really informative. If I wanted to send you a video for coaching... So talk to me in Discord about how we're going to schedule that. What does your desk setup look like? I have 3 screens that are spread out so they just barely fit on the desk. And then everything else on it is a huge mess. The keyboard and mouse are in relatively convenient locations, as is the microphone. Alright, so we play defense. Oh, I see you. We trade those. I was useful. Take that player out. They were not expecting to be contested because they stood up there for a second and looked, am I being contested? And then they weren't contested, so they're like, I'm going to be uncontested for the entire remainder of this fight. So they got in an extra clan, maybe, but in exchange, I got their soul. Or something like that. Ah! That's a lot of machines. Oh my god! I didn't think I was still that damaged. Shooting anyway. Oh, yeah, no worries. Ah! I thought that was reach. Sadness. I will say, this map feels a little bit awkward for Trizuka. There are some angles where it works, but there's some places I'm in where I'm like, I don't know where to use this thing. This doesn't seem like it's helping me. Okay, we're 2 up. We'll move up, grab clams, get control. Don't throw clams at me. That gives my position away, and also I don't want the power clam, which gives my position away even harder. And also it tells the opponents where I'm going to go. So we get that in, and that's all we're going to get in. Whereas if we'd split up a little bit more and not just clumped up in the same place, we would have been a lot better off. Alright, I'll take a trade, I suppose. Clear someone off at the top there. And now I can ouch from this position to be like, hey guys, we should have been paying attention to this like 3 minutes ago. No. There we go. Okay, I was expecting someone might actually try to jump to that big bubbler. That was a danger there. Apples are down. This is a terrible Trizuka. I was thinking maybe I could hit the power clam user, but nah. Or holder, not user. Like it's a weapon of some kind, they're gonna bash them with it. That should get them, right? Yeah. Good job, teammates. Way to follow up. We get this in. Do we have any more to score? If we can get a power clam in, we're good. Yeah, okay. Nice. I'm checking. They don't see that. Because I am here, and I cut off their escape. Oh, God. I did not need to push that hard. Shoot. We probably lose lead for this. Ooh, that's a yikes. That's 2 power clams plus 11. Well, they died right then. The thing that sucks is I kind of need to keep this. Okay, we got one. Three more. Yes! Let's go. Whew. Splatoween is real. Hi, Andrew Plays. How's it going? 4-0. Let's go. All right. See if we can do it clean. S plus 20? Yeah, probably. Oh wait, is there a rank up battle for that, or is it just at S plus 10? Is it every 10, or is it just at plus 10? I don't actually know. I guess we'll find out. Do you think you've improved in some sense by doing your Weapon to X series? Yeah, I think so. Because I've learned... I've at least become a better coach, because I'm better able to talk about those weapons, having played them more. So it's definitely worthwhile. Rank up battle is every 10? Alright. Let's get that rank up battle. By throwing the next 2 to get more gold medals. No, don't actually do that. I don't think there's actually any shot that I get it off this ticket, even with the gold medals from 2 losses, if that were to happen. Gonna have to play another ticket after this to get up there. We're down by, like, more than 400, I think. Oh, this is bad. Also, why is that happening? Eh, we got him anyway. Still haven't stopped them from getting across the top, though. As evidenced by that. At least they only dropped in and threw a couple clams. Where are you going? Nowhere. Felt like we could have done more with that. I was surprised I didn't have support as I went in. Oh no, I got bumped! Dang it. I don't want to jump to that beacon, that might be bait. Yeah. Be careful about. Oh yeah, this is not okay. We cannot allow this. I wanted to go around it, not stick to the wall. Ugh. That's not where we need to be right now. We need to be where the fights are happening, and that is over here. Well, that is a thing you can do, just not like that. The platforming has been not great so far. We do not have any paint control in mid, and I probably should before we're trying to push like that. Because I don't think we can even, like, move anybody close enough to the basket anymore. Please don't let him be over the top one jumping. Thank you. I don't want to contest those clams. Wait for this player to drop and then pressure them from there. Okay, we still don't have any follow-up on that, so this isn't going to lead anywhere. We need to stop putting clams in the basket early and dying for it, because that's only giving us 10 points at a time. We need a big push. Which means we need control, which means we need to go a little bit slower. And not one at a time. That was skirmishing. Nice. Let's back up. I saw that my heavy had charge and was ready to go. And got the opponent's attention. Where is that? Here, deal it. No, okay, well. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. That player needs to get in there and score clams. And then I need to somehow find clams, which is gonna be difficult to find. There's one right here. I couldn't get it off in time. Sensitivity, +5/+5, but sensitivity doesn't matter that much. The longer range the weapon is, the lower the sensitivity can go, and still realistically work. Would you say S+0 to 50 is a decent metric to measure someone's skill? Absolutely not. I think that the S+ system currently is a measure of how long you have played the game and not how good you are at it. Like, think about this. The system, gives you more points for a 5-2 record than it does for a 5-0 record. Like, me losing that game is actually better for the number of rank points I'm going to get. In what world does that system accurately measure your skill level? Everyone unsub and follow. Okay. Good luck on your mutiny. I wish you all the best. GG, Cloud Kev. Yeah, as long as you get medals in those 2 losses, those are contributing more to your score than not winning. If you get 3 gold medals in each one, that's 30 points. And you're only missing out on like a maximum of 25, I think, for win streaking. Well, okay. That's how that's gonna go. I saw the heavy there, and I was thinking like, well, if they get forced to back up, they back into this bomb. Crap. That's the worst. Want to cut this off so that they can't flank from here. There is a sploosh, so knowing when they're flanking is going to be important for obvious reasons. Cover those. Couple dropped in the mid here. Got one. Okay. Need some follow-up here, and I don't feel like we're going to get that much of it. Nope. Instead of trying to throw clams from like different angles and like hold it open, we just kind of mobbed the basket and all died at once because we were all in the same spot. Alright, someone's coming in from the right-hand side, and I want to support my teammate with this. Alright, it is time to feed the cat. So we'll have to do that shortly, lest he gnaw my leg off. I guess that would be a very Halloween thing, but it's probably against TOS somehow. Important thing here is to get paint control around the basket so that nobody sneaks in. Stop that. Yeah, I needed more help with that, and people weren't pushing up at the same time. That's on me for going too early. Why am I not hitting those? Oh, shoot. I really hope they're able to do something over there. Okay, we got the sploosh. There's a zip caster going in. We need to follow up with that if we possibly can. Oh my god. I just got hit by like 3 indirect missiles because I couldn't get up the wall in time. Okay. Whoa, I do not want to be there. How am I alive? Holy crap. And those are the kind of pushes that you play for. Not, I am going to kamikaze my way into the enemy base with a sploosh and make a power clam and die probably 6 out of the 8 times that I try it and score 1 power clam once. The tactic that the sploosh was using there falls off extremely hard around this level of skill, and it will never work quite that way again. I need to go feed my cat. All right. Let's see, I had a question up here. Is it bad to stick with one weapon and one weapon only every time I try out new weapons? I'm just not as good as with my main. Necessary to get good at multiple weapons. Depends. If you're playing Tetras, one-trick them. Like, I highly recommend one-tricking them and just getting used to specifically those weapons. There are some weapons that just work everywhere. Like, if you're playing Sloshing Machine, you're probably fine. Like, it might not be the very best option in every single scenario ever, but you're not hurting your team ever by running a Sloshing Machine. I would say the same thing about a Splatter Shot or an E-Leader in this game. But it's not a bad idea to have a couple of different weapons so that you can slot into other teams better in a competitive format. Like, I have the Blaster and I have the Splatter Shot, and I can play the Splash reasonably well. I can play the Tetras okay. So, like, if I'm ever called on to play one of those things because it just fits the comp really, really well, I can flex onto that and still do a decent job competitively. I have yet to run into a team, though, that hasn't wanted a Splatter Shot, so I just tend to end up running that constantly, even though I would love to play more Blaster. It's just not been in the cards lately. But there are some weapons where, like, they have significant weaknesses, and if you are running one of those kinds of weapons on a map mode that really emphasizes those weaknesses, then it might be good to have a pocket pick to flex onto for that map mode. For example, I would much rather have a Tactical or on Rainmaker. And if you're trying to run another weapon, if you're trying to run a weapon similar to like an NZAP on a mode that's not Rainmaker, then I would suggest like trying to learn something like a Splatter Shot or something like a 52 Gal or a Junior or a Splash. Like, something that plays similarly, like has similar mechanics, so you're not stretching yourself too far away from what you already know, but that will work better for you in that context. Yeah, like when your main is a really unique weapon, like they're saying, it can be hard to transition away from that to play something else. Let's play some tower control. Because I've got a blaster. And I want to blast... Oh, wait. No, wait. I missed that jump direct and realized, wait a minute. I need these on. Let's try that again. Excuse me? Oh, dear. Okay. A little bit more consistent. Hero Shot replica is the same weapon as the Splatter Shot, but aesthetically far worse. Therefore, never use it. Will X Battles show your Glico rating? I don't know. I have no idea what Nintendo is going to do with that. It should. I hope that they build Glico more into it. But who knows what evils lie in the hearts of that company. Okay, we've got 2 backliners on both teams. So it's going to be important for me to stay alive a little bit more and play a little more defensively until I can get into good positions. Because I am going to be able to do a lot of work from here. Unfortunate that they all saw me and collapsed on me there, but hopefully that gives the team a little bit of room since the Charger is now down. Ah! They knew! They knew! That was a really smart bomb. I can jump here pretty safely because I'm behind the... Oh, I wasn't behind the tower. I was above the tower. I thought I was going to land, like, behind the tower so that they wouldn't be able to hit me. We need to not let the Chargers get 2 different angles. Oh, no. Well, there's one. Oh, this guy goes down, too. And if this guy doesn't hit me... Okay, I've got everybody else. Come on. Why? That was a little frustrating, because there was only one person that my team had to deal with, and we had, I think, 3 up. Maybe some of them were respawning, but, like, that's a position where I feel like we should have had pressure on them before they broke checkpoint. Okay, I should have died. I should 100% have died. Okay, we're gonna heal all those off. Don't do anything, and now we're gonna pop this. Let me see if I can get into that forward position and save my teammate before they just immediately die. Getting that big bubbler up there is actually huge. There we go. Nice. Amazing what a big bubbler can do, huh? How do you get good teammates in Salmon Run? By being good and getting higher ranked. That's the easy answer to that question. Charger on tower? That's not necessarily odd. Especially in a double backline comp, that's something that, if you've got 2 players whose roles are kind of redundant, they're stepping on each other's toes, just put one of them on the tower. Like, if I'm in a comp of, like, 3 splatter shots and, say, a machine, I don't want the machine on tower, I want one of the splatter shots, because the splatter shots are the ones who are doing something that everybody else can do. Alright, one more blaster match. And then we'll go and try and go for that S plus 20. Oh my god. Come on. Come on! Come on! There we go. Tips on trying to win back the tower. So, the biggest problem is usually staggering. I talk about the feed stagger loop in a lot of detail in the how to get out of S plus video. It's a really, really important concept to understand and is like 90% of the time the reason that a KO happens in Splatoon. It's because of the feed stagger loop. The blaster master. Yeah, you can't just go and take the tower by yourself because you and your teammates are going to spawn in at different times. And so you're running into a full team that's ready to fight you by yourself instead of waiting for the rest of your team so that you have an even fight doing it. They are dead. I should be dead because that player should have followed up on that and splatted me. But they did not. They took the tower instead. No, that's not the player who took the tower. That's the player who threw the curling bomb. Why are we all dead? Ugh. Oh my god. I need to have hit all of those shots. There we go. There's still one around here. I don't want to challenge it until I know where they are. Maybe not. Let's get some paint forward. Ooh, we do not have a lot of paint on this comp. I probably didn't need to pop this early. This doesn't get us very far before it actually gets shredded. Like that, yeah. That was a big mistake on my end. I also don't know why the other one was used in mid. Maybe it was just to keep themselves safe. But we weren't able to use it for the objective because of it. It's so hard to deal with this roller. Because the answer to fighting an ambush weapon like that is paint. And we don't have any of that. We have 2 chargers, a blaster, and a tri-slosher. It's so hard to check where that player is sharking. We're so vulnerable to it. When the roller gets to go wherever they want, we can't guess where they are. Yeah. I am not rejoining with that comp again. How are you jumping so high? I'm jumping a perfectly normal amount. I don't understand. Yeah, you get the highest jump you possibly can by just holding down the B button. Yeah, like I don't understand what it is that people are seeing there. Like, I'm not using any, like, special tech or anything like that when I jump. I'm just jumping. On the blaster today? For the last 2 matches, yes. This is all I'm doing. I'm pressing and holding the B button, and then pressing ZR. It's really that simple. I don't get what's so unique about this. My team is too large and is splitting into 2 teams. I mean, that could be a good thing. Just make sure to get, you know, players who work well together and have complementary weapon rolls. So, like, don't put all the anchors on one side, obviously. But that can be a really positive thing. Because having too many players on a team really suffocates the team's development, in my opinion. I think you get any more than, like, 7, and 7 with, like, a roster of players, some of whom you expect to be particularly inactive. And it's just altogether too much. Tips on dealing with low ink comps. Range blaster main here. Good question. Ugh, that's so painful. At that point, your win condition is kills. You really need to be getting splats. Because otherwise, you will just get outpainted. You will run out of space. So, the pressure is on you at that point in time to fight and win. Can we see your locker? Sure. And in a second, I'm going to go and check on... I put the water on to boil, so I'm going to go and check and see if I can put noodles into it. So here's the locker. So there's the outside of the locker. And then there's the inside of the locker. With the hollow stickers for the weapons behind the weapons there. I'll leave that open for a second so you can peruse. Very good, very good. The water was bubbling, bubbling, toiling, and troubling. Woomy. What happens if there's 4 hydras on one team? That I have never seen in a solo queue match. But if you do that, what needs to happen is some of the hydras need to take very unconventional angles, very unconventional positions. Because there are only so many places that a traditional backliner wants to play. And if all of those positions are taken by another hydra, you gotta find somewhere else to be. So, typically what that means is you try and take flank routes where you can approach the opposing team from very far away, even though you're pretty far forward. And that will flush them into the range of the other hydras. If you're interested in how that works, I would suggest watching Hydra Crimes, which is a stream in which Devi does exactly that, plays Quad Hydra with some other friends. Alright. Really? I need to get 3,800? I didn't make a lot of progress then. Need a pretty close to perfect ticket here to get all the way up, I think. So what am I at? 34? So I need 364? I don't think that's likely. Like, I got a successful last tick, and I don't think I got that many. Favorite weapon? Splatter shot. Oh, okay. Blaster is sick, and I like the splatter shot, and I like the blaster. But I've made the splatter shot for such a long time, and it just feels so natural to me, and it's a great weapon. It'll be better if they give it an inkjet, though. Not better in the sense of competitive play, but in the sense of me like. What role is Tri-Slosher? It's Slayer. Its job is to... The hard part with the Tri-Slosher is not aiming to get the kills, it's getting in range to get the kills. As long as you can do that, you should just win any fight you put yourself into. Because it's so consistent. The other thing is that the Inkjet plays well into its sharking playstyle, because sharking and then popping up over a ledge with an Inkjet is a really good play for taking out backliners. Alright, that was scrappy and confusing, but we ended up with a lead here. Nice. That's a bunch of clams around there that we can score. I like that the roller focused on clearing the area and getting the kills first, and then scoring second, because they knew they had the time, and getting the splats made it more secure to throw the clams. Alright, 2 more, and that's game. That was one of the most successful spawn camps I have ever held. Best song in Splatoon 3. It's when the lobby music plays... Ooh, I'm between Shelfie and Blitzit. It's one of those two. If we're talking about battle music, I'm a fan of Ink Scraper. I'm a fan of the what's it called? The very first music we ever heard of Splatoon, Splatak. Those are probably my 2 favorites. Update just pushed? Like an update to the game? Would you recommend that I talk with one of your guest lecturers to help sort out my team? If you're interested, yeah. I'm happy to work with teams. Like, I want to get teams on stream more often and talk about team coordination more. Map mode update. Updated the game. I just started it up. Oh, okay. Actually play music for... Yeah, it does play the old music. That was just a normal multiplayer map mode time. And it's letting me rejoin. Like, usually if there's an update you have to download, it doesn't let you queue up. It kicks you out of the lobby. Switch console update. Okay, so it's not going to change the game at all. System update? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear there was going to be a game balance update or anything. Would have had to be in response to a bug they found recently or something, to be that fast with so little warning. Yeah, we totally have control. No, we don't. They outsharked me there. I thought that from where I was, they couldn't get me. Well, yep, that's how that flank goes. Oh, man. I need to stop playing around that. There are too many sharking weapons on their team. I need to just push in from the right. That's where the rest of my team is looking anyway. Okay, nice pick, nice pick. On my ouch, on my ouch. There were a bunch of people here. We got there too late. Oh, please don't go in right now. That is a way that you die. Okay, we're 2 down. Those missiles are really mistimed, because there's absolutely nothing we're going to be able to do with those. Oh, I did not mean to fall off. Well. Okay, stay back, don't stagger. Oh my god. I'm popping missiles when we're 2 down. Those missiles are not going to accomplish anything because there's nobody to follow up on them. Missiles are powerful because of what they let your teammates do with them. Not because of just, like, firing them at the enemy team and hoping somebody dies. Try and paint. There we go. Okay, we got 2. Finish up with King Creep here. Okay, this is a really strong position, as long as we don't let anyone sneak up on us. Do have to respect the crab a little bit. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, someone got back on his own. That'll keep zone long enough. I outrange you, you cannot do that. Pre-firing, baby. Pre-firing, baby. Alrighty. Very nice, very nice. I'm gonna go and check on the food because it should be ready pretty soon. Just checking my KA, don't mind me. One of these members of the tortellini crime family came out looking very silly shaped. I'll see if I can extract it. Let me get my headphones back on. Let's see. Oh, I think I found him. Yeah. He's just a flat boy. He has no shape. Ah, yes, Steve, the ASMR stream. They massacred my boy. Yes, exactly. The mic I use is the HyperX Quadcast because back when I worked for Bravest Esports, we got a HyperX sponsorship. So that's actually where this headset comes from. That's where the keyboard I use comes from. That's where the mouse I use comes from. I got a mouse pad from that. They gave us a bunch of stuff. It was pretty neat of them. Yeah, DM me, and DM me about any of that sort of stuff. I don't talk about the rationale for my current build because it is not a complete build. In fact, I wouldn't be wearing this if not for the like the Tenatech headband thing is just because that was what I always wore in Splatoon 2. It's more of a branding thing than anything. Comeback isn't bad on this weapon, but it's probably not what I would be running. Like, most of the subs are not what I would want to run. The little bit of quick respawn is fine. I do not need the special charge at all. I wouldn't run any run speed. Sub of special saver is fine. Ninja squid I definitely need though. Stealth jump I definitely need. Most people are running LDE instead. Hey, it's a raid from Kingmaker! Or, sorry, from Hammer! Kingmaker is the name of the team. Hammer is the name of the player on Kingmaker. So, Kingmaker is a team composed of a lot of brush players. Very cool group of people. And they are a kind of a mainstay of the competitive community. So, go check them out if you're looking for more competitive Splatoon and some brushing. It's hammer time. They are a team that has successfully run triple brush. Somehow. I don't know how they do it. I would need to analyze that sometime, but they have done it. In some way. LDE is last-ditch effort. This gear ability right here. Last-ditch effort, it is not done justice by what it says on there, because for one thing, that's only talking about Turf War. What it does in ranked modes is when your opponent has 50 remaining, it starts activating, and it scales up until they get to 30 remaining. And once it's all the way scaled up to 30, you're getting 24 ability points of Ink Recovery, Ink Saver Main, and Ink Saver Sub. For context, a main is worth 10 ability points. So you're getting more than 2 mains of all 3 of those things for the price of 1 main ability. And if the enemy team isn't getting down that far during a match, it's probably a match that you're winning anyway. So it's usually going to be impactful, and massively impactful at that. It is an absolute must-have for any support weapon in this game. Furthermore, every other weapon in the game needs to at least consider it as an alternative to whatever else they could run. Well, tactical or stack with LDE. I don't know what does tactical also give you. I think it does, but I'm not entirely sure. But there was a post that Lean Yoshi made a good while back, like right at the beginning of the game, about what abilities... because the buffs that the tactical gives you are counted a little bit differently than gear on your shirt abilities. We need to get Moist Critical to play Splatoon again. He seemed like he was having some fun. He wasn't a fan of motion controls, which, I mean, I understand, because he's a content creator. He's only going to play the game for 3 weeks or whatever at very most, so it's not like he's going to spend long enough with it to get used to motion controls in the first place. I have voted in the poll. I don't know what poll. Are we talking about the Silly Comp Sundays poll? Because Sunday was yesterday. I'm eating tortellini. Food is pretty good. It just depends on what people are looking for in a game. Like, there are, plenty of good games that I don't like because it's just not my kind of game. And that's totally valid. I don't mind if someone dislikes Splatoon. It's not like I'm personally offended. I mind it a little bit more if they're like, this game sucks and no one should play it for reasons that I don't agree with, because then that drives people away from the community. But there's nothing wrong with saying that it's not your kind of game. They can't use pop-up as can't unsee, and now I can't unsee it. The tortellini is, oh shoot, what's it called? It's like chicken and roasted garlic, but there's cheese inside, of course. It's gotta be cheese. Gotta put cheese in it. Can you make this more ASMR-y? Nah, people complain about that. Nom, 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 nom. There you go. Did you get the tingles? Back from a Halloween party and still quite inebriated, eating Jersey Mike's. That sounds like the life right there. How much longer are you streaming? I don't know. I should probably call it kind of soon, because I do still need to make a video for tomorrow. But it's just going to be a short, so it shouldn't take super long. I should still be able to get to bed. Plenty of time. When did I talk about cooking stuff? Alternative map routes shorts. I shared a lot. Trying to think, like, what other silly things do I know that I didn't show in the video today? Let's go get into recon mode and see what I can think about. I haven't thought too much about my build for Splattershot. I should probably optimize it at some point, but the game is still new and in flux. There are a lot of different ideas people are testing out, and I'm waiting for something more concrete to settle. Let's see here. Scorch. Goodness. What do we even do on Scorch? I don't know. These maps are largely very linear. There aren't that many super sneaky tricks that I like. I guess there's another block on Museum, I think in Zones? Or... I know there's one in Tower. So there's another one that's very similar to the jump that you can do on Hagglefish. It's just a little bit less useful, because if you find yourself down there, you probably already messed up. But you get kind of trapped in here, you can do this kind of thing. That's your fastest way back out of that. So, and you can do that from very low. Like, as soon as you can swim into the wall, it actually gets you high enough. So, that's a nice little optimization. But I showed off pretty much an identical trick on Hagglefish in that video. What's a map you'd like to see return? The Reef, please. Piranha Pit I love on every mode except for Rainmaker. If they can find a way to fix Rainmaker, please bring it back. Tower Control Piranha Pit is probably my favorite map mode ever. What else do I want from Splatoon 2? Humpback. Humpback did nothing wrong. I've played Splatoon 1 for 2 hours, so I don't know enough of those maps well enough to say whether I want them back. Flounder Heights seemed cool. Flounder Heights might actually give us the best justification we've had ever to just Squid Surge up walls. Full charge Squid Surge might actually be faster than swimming up those walls. Which you cannot say for like any other walls in the game, which is insane to me. Like, having that much charge time just makes it so that the ability is practically useless. My graphics should look the same as yours do. The stream that I'm putting out, like, if anything, is only going to make it worse. So, like, let's take a look at this wall right here, right? I could do this and be up over the top that fast. Or I could sit down here, do this, Squid Surge, go way up over the top, and then fall down onto it. Because that gives me an advantage somehow, I think. Maybe. Why? I'm not even pressing the B button to mash as I go up here, and this is still so much faster than doing that Squid Surge thing. What is the point of the Surge? The only reason to ever use it is if you've only got this much painted and you still need to get up. And even then, you do not want to ever use the super high one, because the super high one just leaves you in the air, which is the most vulnerable position you can be in Splatoon. And yes, you can talk about how you get the armor, but the E-Leader doesn't care about that armor. If a splatter shot is aiming at you, their first shot is going to shred that armor, and then they're still going to be able to hit the other shots because you've got to fall down in a predictable way. It's just... they didn't give it enough of a reason to exist. They also... this is a game where part of the fun of it is you can paint walls and climb up them, and none of these are paintable. Fix Scorch. Oh my god. Literally every single stretch from here all the way across here to here to here to here, all the way over here, all the way over here, all the way over here. Even maybe this stuff would be cool. Make all of this paintable. Every single scrap of it. And that is a better stage than it currently is. I don't think all of it should be paintable, just for the reason that it makes it too easy to approach and much harder for backlines. But, like, that would still be better than the current state, because now the only way across in Turf War is to walk across this bridge. Nobody ever gets across this bridge. This is a kill zone. And then even if you get down here, there's somebody up there watching you. There's somebody over there watching you. From high ground, with cover. There's someone who can just, like, peek you around here, because they know that you're coming. Someone sharking over here for all you know. Like, this is a really difficult position to push from still. You have to get, like, all the way around, and there's, like, no cover or anything, like... ugh. And I feel like that's all just because they made it so that your spawn forces you to push uphill to get out of here. So they needed to disadvantage you so much getting through this choke point that you couldn't take advantage of it ever because you never got to spawn camp or anything, but that also means that you just can't leave mid. The entire game is just played in mid. This stage is lame, and I do not like it that much. I think Wahoo World is a significantly better map than Scorch Gorge. Wahoo is obnoxious to get through mid on, but on zones, say, where the bridges are still there, it's a completely competitively viable map. Scorch feels impossible to get through mid with, but then as soon as you get through mid, you're spawn camping the enemy team immediately. Like, once you get past first checkpoint with Rainmaker, and your team isn't contested yet, you should always just get to, like, 15 or something. It's so binary. Like, you either get through there and win the game, or you don't and you lose. I'll be right back. My dinner is done, and so I'm putting the dish away. Do a critique of Undertow. Undertow's biggest problem is the mid. I think everything except mid is actually pretty interesting, but mid is way too cramped. It's it's pretty much exactly the Wahoo World problem. Because Wahoo's problem is that there are not enough ways to get through mid, and so it's too easy to plug them and stall the game out. Another issue, specifically with Wahoo zones, is that these zones are so tiny. Wow, okay. Let me try that again. You can cap this so quickly. That took, what, a second and a half to cap that entire side of the zone with one weapon? It's really, really quick. So it's really difficult to hold. So the problem is this area right here, from this wall to this wall. Like, if they made it so that you could, like, flank through here, they just blew up this and gave you more space and some obstacles to run around with, this would be a phenomenal map. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Like, one super nice thing about it is that if there's an E-leader up here, you can just go left and have this whole wall in between you and them, and they can never see you, and you can go, like, all the way into the enemy base and completely circumnavigate them. You could get all the way over to here, and it's only, like, right at this spot, once you've already gone all the way through mid and everything, that the E-leader over there can see you, which is cool. Like, you have a lot of ways to move around the map, except in mid. I really like how this area opens up and is usable in Rainmaker. I wish it were like that in other modes, too. But there's a lot that I like about Undertow. Mid just makes it a lot more problematic. You don't want to spend a lot of time in mid. Map balance changes ever happen in 1 or 2? They made a few changes to some of the more egregious ones. There were definitely some stage reworks. Starfish got a lot of work done. I think there were a few other things that changed. They reworked Kelp Dome, in Clan Blitz in particular. Made the choke point a lot less choked. And that was an improvement overall. But they made those changes pretty late in Splatoon 2's development. Like, that was pretty late DLC. Not DLC. Pretty late patch. Using Tacticooler for cover on the tower. Eh. It gives you less space, too. I mean, it's a thing. It's just not that powerful a thing. A splat dash. In a second. But you're basically just painting the round for one shot, swimming into it, and then painting it again. The hard part about it is not doing it. It is doing it efficiently. That's a Hydra. I should have paid more attention to that. They weren't shooting at me before, so I figured they were just gonna... Oh no, don't drop yet. Yeah, that's what happens when you drop that early. There are two berries that are fighting each other here. That's interesting. Without a frontliner to push me out of there, Hydra can't really do much. I'll take that trade, because that keeps us in control. What happened? Oh, man. Oof. Come on, push into this line. You know you want to. Guess they didn't want to. Oh, I can see you from there. Okay. Oh, I thought that shot was on. Darn. Man. Man, we didn't even get the missiles off effectively. The specials need to be coming in when we're fighting. Is a general rule that is not being adhered to yet at this level. I don't know how I didn't hit anybody there, but yeah, it was too late anyway. We were just going to get outpainted on the zone. They could collapse on any of us. I am definitely not rejoining up with the group there. Eeltail's zone feels too big. Yeah, it's really awkward. Like, if there weren't as much cover in the way and it were easier to cap, it could actually be better. Yeah, zones being too big is a problem because it makes it so that you can win an advantage and then not manage to even, like, reverse the zone, and it makes it too... Gives the other team too much momentum when they control it. Makes it very swingy, very snowball-y. It takes so many resources just to paint the zone up. They had generally pretty good zone sizes in Splatoon 2. There was, like, Inkblot's a little big, Kelp Dome is too big, but for the most part, they pretty much got it right. But then, like, Undertow's got this tiny little zone in this game. That I don't like very much. Oh, Hagglefish zones. This is such a... This is like pulling teeth getting anywhere on this map. Oh. Well, okay. If you're gonna miss all of your shots, then I guess I'll punish that. I made a read on where I thought they were going and was wrong. Okay, at least I got indirect damage on that. That makes me happy. Ooh. Just don't let him get in melee range and you win that fight. You got this. You got this, Bread. Yeah, go Bread, go Bread. Beautiful. Hi. That was actually very poorly played by me. Worked out anyway. That's a Hydra. Roller's gonna try and run through. Yeah, okay. Clean. Explo can absolutely stand up to leader for the same reasons, Kuma. Explo is better at the stringer than better than the stringer at doing that. Like higher comp because people pick unusual or unfavorable weapons. So you see less weapons that are hard to counter. I don't know what you mean by higher comp there. Because Bloblobber is actually a pretty weak weapon in its current state. Like, Bloblobber's kit is not great for it. It was a lot better in Splatoon 2. They took the worst parts of both Splatoon 2 kits and put them into the same kit. It liked its Bomb Rush, and it liked its Wall better than it likes its Ink Storm or its Sprinkler. Bad aim on my part, but we still get these. A little too early. Whatever, we get them. Okay. I do think it is a really interesting decision that they made with Eeltail to try and make the zone have so much cover and be like such a defensible position to offset how hard it is to paint. I think that is cool. Man. We, did not know our range is there. Oh, this is a problem. Good stuff. Way to catch that out before it became a problem. One more. Beautiful. Alrighty. Kills don't matter because the maps are split. No, that's not true. The kills get people out of mid, and then it's really hard for them to get back into mid. The way you have to play Mahi is extremely passive and patient. Like, you don't drop into mid until, like, your E-leader splats someone. Because dropping into mid is just putting yourself in a really dangerous spot. There are too many open sight lines. I think there was a question up there. Bloblobber was my first main here? Yeah. Bloblobber is still a good main weapon, and as soon as it gets a better kit, I think it's going to be fine. It's a little bit weaker. I think a lot of people got turned off it as well, because there was some kind of bug that was causing the third and fourth shots to not do as much damage as they were supposed to when it launched. So, a lot of people probably tried it early, and it felt bad compared to how it used to be, and dropped it. But yeah, I think that weapon's coming back in a bigger way when it gets a new kit. Bloblobber needs a new kit. Nautilus needs a heck of a new kit. Dapples needs a kit that gives it any kind of range to hit forward with. Undercover needs a lot from its kit, and it's not getting it right now. Is there anything else that... Oh, Jet needs a better kit for sure in order to function. 96 could use one, but it's in an okay spot. I'm trying to think if there's any other class that, like, really desperately needs a better kit. I mean, the Brellas also just need to get fixed so that they work. Oh, Dynamo 100% needs a better kit. You're right. Splattershot needs Inkjet. Correct, correct. This is the exact opinion that you should have. Hi. Oh, no, I ran out of ink. Okay, you missed anyway. That's fine. Cool, that's 3 down. Wipeout. Ah, wipeout. Someone dropped left, I think. Yes, they did. They're not trying to close distance in any meaningful way. They are just rolling sideways while they're out of range, which is not helping their case. If you're playing the Dapples, you need to get closer to me than I have to get to you. So you need to use your rolls to do that. I'm getting attacked by something more than an undercover umbrella. Well, that was obnoxious, but we were still able to regain control. Nice job, Sahara. Man, everyone's just getting into range for Sahara here. See, Sahara is taking fights at point-blank range, at punching range. That is where the Dapples will myrtleize you. And that is where you need to never, ever, ever, ever let a Dapples get on you. But they were just kind of running at it, so Dapple's going to pop off there. I will say, I definitely spent way too long setting up to camp that jump. The Charger already had it covered. I could have focused on something else with that Trizuka shot. 366! We got it by 2. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Hiya, Rock. Oh man. Okay, let's go check the store really quick, because I've got a box. Is there a gun with the same range as Splattershot Pro? Range always seems so nice to me. Squeezer is longer range. The Dually Squelchers, I think, are longer range. I think 96 is longer range. I'd have to test that one, but I'm pretty sure. So those are some options that are relatively similar playstyles. A blue locker. That's not too expensive. It's nice to have different color lockers. You even played a weapon with angle shooter yet? You don't have a reason to. It is not an asset to any weapon that it's on. And the weapons that it's on right now are relatively weak. In part because of it, but not entirely just because of it. I'm waiting for these to come in Splatnet when they don't have mains that I just will not ever use. So much new stuff today. I usually don't get this much new stuff. Ugh. But I don't want any of these. These are ugly. Yeah, what the heck, I'll buy them anyway. I don't have much else to spend the money on. Okay. Anything worth buffing here? No, no. Let's check the others too. Already up. Already full. Already full. Already full. Don't want to buff that. Already full. Already full. And we're done. Okay. I can't wait for there to be like 3 times as many clothing options as there currently are. The helmet with LDE from... Oh. Man. I should check Splatnet. I'm going to check Splatnet right now and see if there is anything there that I want. Do official tourneys provide controllers? No. You bring your own controller, which is something that people will prefer anyway, because you know that it wouldn't feel quite right to use a different controller than the one you own. Okay, so they've got the tennis headband that I wear with a worse main on it. They've got the tan retro tee that I wear with a worse main on it. They've got the cyan trainers, which I think have a worse main on it. What do those have on it for me? I know I don't use them, but what are they actually? Oh, stealth jump. Absolutely a worse main on it. I should use those. That's a decent face visor. That's got IA on it. I think that's better than the one that I've got. What do I have? I think it's like sub-resistance or something on mine. So I haven't been buying it. We'll grab that. My Desert Chukkas, I think, had stealth jump on them, if I remember correctly, but let me check. Yeah, they have stealth jump. I'm not switching those out. Zapfish Satin Jacket has quick respawn. Do I even have that? Yes, I do. And it's got special charge. That's something I might save. Well, what's the quick respawn gear that I have, and is it cooler? Yeah, that's cooler. That's not cooler. That's cooler. Okay, I've got 2 quick respawn shirts. I don't really need to replace it with that one that I won't want to wear as much. The Blob Blob Mob Flip-Flops have quick respawn, which is better, but still not great. Woolly Urchins Classic. Yeah, okay. So we'll get that face visor. That's the one thing that we'll get from this. Let's go and talk to merch. And get some merch. Oh. They used to go to the same place, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, I hadn't even bought it. Cool. Alright, I'm glad I did that. Okay. How do you unlock the 4th gear slot on the amiibo gears? The 4th? Oh, you mean the 3rd sub? You'd probably have to use a sea snail on it, I would think. I don't know how else you would get through that. I didn't think about that. So you're not gonna find a second version of it. That's annoying. Alright. Let's do a rank up battle. Do you play Salmon Run? Not as much. There are definitely people in my server who play Salmon Run very, 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 very well. Who I would direct you to. And I can, give you some resources for how to learn it, but I'm not an expert. What I know has come from other people who play at a much higher level than me. What do you think of spamming autobombs in ranked modes? I think there are better things you can do. I think you use the autobomb's information to do things for you, rather than to just sit back and spam it. If they give it to a junior, it's a playstyle that can work, but I don't think it's the strongest thing you can do with that. We've got double backline and they don't. This is going to be so annoying. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's okay here, since it's such a stally map. We just need to not let them get flanked is the big thing. And paint. Paint is going to be a big deal. Oh, they just went in and they got 2. But I cannot help them except to keep the teammate off them, but that's fine because they got a triple. Let's go. Good stuff, sloshing machine player. Oh, you're right there. That's unfortunate. Okay, good stop. This is honestly one of the better maps I can think of to run double backline on, because once we have zone, it's so hard for them to take it back. It's hard for us to push for it, but we did that successfully off of one good play, and now we probably just win the game. I'm literally just going to back up and keep painting the zone. Backliners can hold them off. I just need to make sure that we don't let it neutralize. Looking for some ProFresh 3 players for W and F Gaming to play Salmon Run with. That worked for that game. I'm still not going to stay with the comp, though. I don't like the way that that works out if we don't... If our machine specifically doesn't just pop the heck off at the very beginning of the game. Everyone's just wearing the witch outfit now. Witch outfit is one of the better outfits, I will say. I think it's a classic. Splatter shot and splash meta at the moment for very different reasons each. Splatter shot is a weapon with a very fast, consistent time to kill. Only needs to hit 3 shots, which is decent for a shooter. Paints really well, has a lethal bomb, and has one of the best specials in the game. It's very good at securing splats quickly, and it can move itself out of dangerous positions quickly if it needs to. Even though it's not lightweight, just the fact that it can paint its feet so quickly and reliably is huge for it. I hit this guy twice. Help, help, help. Okay. We got him down eventually. We needed to win that fight, though, because now we lose control of the zone in all likelihood. Unless... Oh, boy. Okay, that was a very dangerous jump that I would not recommend, but... Ooh, we got one with the bomb. We can save this. We can save this. Keep zone, keep zone, keep zone. There we go. That has to be it, right? Holy moly, they are painting. How is the zone not capped? There we go. That was a really sloppy Inkzuka. I'm gonna get pushed here. Oh man. Sorry, miss. I'm trying. Okay. Man. I knew that flank was coming, but there was so much in the middle that I couldn't even retreat. We got the 52 down, so that should get us in and let us paint it, but we are not painting it. Oh man, this junior. I couldn't move. This is actually a really good illustration of why Junior is so good in zones right now. The big bubbler is making it so that we cannot cap in positions where we normally could. That's one down. We need to cap right now. Oh god, I'm so dead! Okay, we got it capped. Yikes. That was very close to just being the end of the game. This is trying to flank here. I would love to help with the aggressive plays, but I feel like I am so much more needed painting that I can't afford to. Why do we not have zone? Okay, there we go. I'm fighting someone. Is there anybody over here? I don't think so. Is that gal really gonna get 3 of us? That's unfortunate. We're gonna play it safe a little bit. Okay, not anymore. have anybody here to help me paint the zone. Okay, there we go. Ooh, get wrecked. Holy moly. I just gotta back out of this. Get back to the zone. Hope I can paint in time before we lose it. I'll take the trade against the junior, I think, but no, I don't, because now we lose zone because we're 2v3. Bamboozler being there, though, probably means we recap quickly. Let's try and get in on a flank here. Yeah, we get that player there. Nope. Okay, we can definitely take lead here. We just need to hold the tiniest bit longer. Crap, we're 2 down. Can I hold this for long enough? No, I can't because I'm getting flanked. Ah, man. It was close, but going 2 down at the end there was just curtains. We got in far enough that it didn't feel safe to keep pushing in, especially since I want to be in a position where I can Trizuka effectively. Darn. Oh, I don't feel too bad about it. What do you think of the bow? Tri-Stringer is solid. Not a top tier, but definitely usable. Reflux, I think, is a gimmick. I remain unconvinced that someone is capable of using the main weapon on that thing well enough to support its use over Gootuber or Flingza for a missiles weapon. The curling bomb is also doing it no favors. Both the Gootuber and the Flingza have subs that I think are more useful. And that's not saying that much, because Ink Mine isn't great either. Heavy Splatling? Wavebreaker is a decent weapon for the Heavy Splatling. It's definitely not bad. I wonder if Miss is also streaming. Misclick, the dualies on our team. She's a Twitch partner, Nintendo brand representative. She's about as big as a Splatoon streamer has ever gotten, as far as I'm aware, except for maybe Dude. She's one of the most charismatic people I've ever met. Oh my god. I feel like I am having an impact just by being up here and painting a lot. Should probably go in and stop this from happening, though. And there we go. Now we move up. There they are. Way too high. That'll get one. Yeah, whatever. They have to just hold forward. No shot. That was really good. Which streamer? Misclick. I don't know if I died in that game. Yeah, I didn't. That was clean. Dream Splattershot kit? 10 attack Splattershot from Splatoon 2. Just give me Splat Bomb and Inkjet, please. That's all I need in my life. Is that the best kit that it could possibly have? No. But is that the kit I want for it? Yes. This kit that it has right now is pretty fire. Like, it's a little bit more... It's a little bit more passive than I would probably like. It plays a little bit more like the Kensa Splattershot than it does like the T-Tech. But, even just give this Splat Bombs and it's, like, pretty close to ideal. Why do you like Inkjet? Because it's cool. It feels really, really good to hit shots with it. And I've spent a long time learning it and figuring out how to use it well. But now the only weapon it's on is the Tri-Slosher. Not that the Tri-Slosher is bad. I think the Tri-Slosher really does want another sub, though. If this was Burst Bomb Tri-Slosher, I think everybody would be running that. Like, that'd be way, 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 way more common. I actually kind of like starting from up here if I'm not being contested by, like, an elite or something. How are they hitting me? What? Please cease these activities. There's only one place you could be, so I'm gonna shoot it. Oh, there's two. Shoot, I died to this. Dang it! Oh, I needed to disengage earlier. Good job getting that team. We might be able to save zone here. Oh, can we? Oh, God. Well, we can get this player. Can we get this player? Yes, we can. And we can keep zone because of that. And there's a Clash Blaster in front, which means they're not going to paint, which means... Oh, they're down. Cool. Where is this roller? They're not here. Looks like they just spawned in. Yeah, they're over there on the left. That's probably something I was hoping we would see coming. But we're good, we're good. We get that player. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. Two on left, two on left. Oh, no. I traded. 2, 1. They can't paint it in time! Yes! Oh, man. That was a sweat at the end, but we got it. Zone too big, yeah. Neat. Yeah, it's definitely not an issue if the other team doesn't focus on painting. That was part of their problem there. Alright, we made it to plus 20. Nice Splash Meta, Splattershot is good DPS and kit. Oh, right, so the Splattershot is a support weapon. I mean, not the Splattershot. The Splash-O-Matic is a support weapon. It's played much more for its paint and for its ability to very consistently have crab tanks ready. Because, like, this weapon already paints a ton by itself, but then give it crab tank and it paints even more. Like, look at this paint. Look at that. That's like if you gave a Jet Squelcher more range and, like, 1.5 times the fire rate. That's insane. So, like, that thing can solo cap zones against in like, a 1v3. But it also can slay, which is a very positive trait for support weapons to have, because, like, sometimes they do have to participate in fights. And unlike something like an Aerospray, it's very accurate, It has a long-range poke option that it can not necessarily, like, combo super well with it, but it gives it an option to finish off kills if somebody gets away. It's a lot more consistent for that purpose than a Fizzy Bomb. So, they're both used for very different reasons. Really bad for painting zones? I disagree. My experience has shown me that it's pretty good for clearing them. Like, you don't get the full use of your range on most zones because they're not that huge. And some zones you just don't need it. Like, it's a little bit overkill to use it for Undertow. But the range on it, it controls a very large area and gets that area painted pretty reliably. Like, it's a little bit spotty maybe, but like, I can swim straight from here to the end of this without really having to fire my main weapon. And the crab did all of this. It's not the primary use that I would use the crab for. The crab is kind of like a Hydra Explo combination. You use it to get control of an open sight line. But the frequent ability to use that special is what makes the splash so desirable. Like, if you want a crab tank, you want a Splash-O-Matic, because it's the best user of it by a pretty wide margin. The L3 is in competition with it. I think it's very niche when you actually want to use an L3 over this, because this one also has a bomb that works well with it. For reasons other than turf war. You ever use the bombs on Crab Tank? Only for combat. If you need to, like, hit up over a ledge at someone to finish off a kill, or to pressure someone out into an open sight line, that's what you would use that for. Opinions on Suction Bomb. How is it better than Splat Bomb? Bigger explosion radius, stays out for longer, which means that it's controlling the enemy team and their ability to enter that space for longer and better. The Splat Bomb is better for getting kills. The Suction Bomb is better for controlling space. And both of those are very valuable things for the weapon to do. Depends on, like, what weapon, which of those two you would prefer. Man, perfect accuracy feels so good. Oh my goodness. Any shots that I miss are my fault, and I love it that way. I love that that is all under my control. It's also a lightweight weapon, which is super cool. Crab bombs are situational. There are definitely uses for them, though. It's good that they have them. Like, the special is definitely better for having the ability to do that. Suction, yeah, I mean, suction's good on tower. You can stick it to things, so it's a little bit more reliable that you can hit it up there. I mean, you can definitely learn how to land a splat bomb on the tower with some amount of reliability. But it's nice to be able to do that. Especially at lower levels, when people don't avoid them. Haha! Oh, whoops. One second. Let me try again. Haha! Hehehe. Bloop. Bloop. Hey, you got in the way. Poop. Now you die too. Weapons have weight. There are 3 movement speed classes plus the Rainmaker. So the Splash is a light weapon. The Junior's a light weapon. The Aerospray is a light weapon. I believe the Brush is a light weapon. The Splatana Wiper is a light weapon. Dapples are light. Sploosh is light. Luna Blaster is light, although it doesn't feel like it because it's still so slow to fire. Zap is light. And I think that's it. Octobrush may or may not be. This one might be middleweight. Then there's a heavyweight, which is the Hydra, the Dynamo. What else? Is there anything else? Am I missing something? Oh, Explo. And maybe E-Liter? I think E-Liter. Oh, Intent. And then everything else is middleweight. And the weight just means that they move faster if they're lighter. It's the only thing that really changes there. Tetras are middleweight. So like, well, here we'll show the difference real quick. Like, I'm just gonna. I need to get this whole area painted. There. So here's how fast I move with a heavyweight weapon. Now here's how fast I move with a lightweight weapon. It's definitely quicker. Are Tetras lightweight? No, Tetras are mid. Run and swim, correct. Just hit the S+ for a day. Thanks for the advice in this Discord channel. Yeah, no problem. Congratulations. Let's do another series. How long do you plan on streaming? Not much longer. This might be the last series that I do. So we're coming up on the point where my router dies, and I like to stop before then. Plus, I need to make a short still. I like Tetras. Tetras are fun. Is it set in game, or are you just supposed to know? It probably says somewhere, somehow, but it's not very obvious. Middleweight, not mid. Oh my god. Oh, undercover is lightweight. Thank you. Yes, that's true. Clip it out of context, spread it to the world. Yeah, okay. I've got missiles. This is going to be annoying. I hope the reflex doesn't end up doing much more. Shoot those missiles. Oh. I mean, sure. I'll take that fight. I need to win this. Okay. Oh, I thought we had zone. Whoops. That was poor attention on my part. Winning that did not actually help me. I needed to win it cleanly or not take the fight. Trading there is good if we have the zone. Man, I shot all of my shots at somebody who got splatted just before they landed. Nice. Oh my god, I missed? Oh, that's embarrassing. That was so easy. Alright, we made up for it. They never capped. I think I accidentally threw a bomb there, but all I really had to do was get in their way. And that's what we accomplished. Hero Shot is a pretty rough matchup for Splattershot? Absolutely not. Splattershot destroys it. TD joke. So the Hero Shot has the same sub and the same special and the same main. The same, you know, frame data, weapon weights, you know, hitboxes, all that stuff. Paint's the same amount, but the splatter shot is significantly better in every other respect. It's better at looking like something other than a gun. This is a game where the guns don't look like guns, and that's part of the charm of it. And then they just made a weapon that's a gun for no reason. We don't need guns in this game. That's the point of the ink and the silly squid children thing. This isn't Call of Duty. We don't need jingoistic military-industrial complex propaganda in our shooter video game. Ah, wow. I got juked. I stood and shot for too long, expecting I was going to hit the shots in time. Alright, got our work cut out for us here. Am I dead? Man. Well, we're gonna get flanked, and I don't think anybody paid attention to the fact that I died back there. We might be able to get cap. Nice, okay. Just the 52, where's the 52? We're over on the left, we need to go and rotate to help the teammate with that. And they jump out, cool. Oh boy. Oh. I was fortunate that they dropped in front of me instead of behind me. Right underneath you, right underneath you! You guys got this. Just team up on it. Oh, we took too long. They got away. Let's leave, though. We would prefer knockout, for sure. But I don't think that's going to happen here. I don't think we're losing that. We got the painting weapon out. Oh no, I'm so dead. Okay, outpaint them, outpaint them, outpaint them. No, we need to outpaint them. Stop fighting them. Paint them. We lose zone. We lose lead. Okay, that's huge. Just the 52. 52's been giving us problems. We need to figure out where they are. Looks like they're just spawning in. Caught the 52, caught everyone but the 96 as it turns out. Nice, that'll be lead. See if we can hold long enough to win the game. I think we can. Yeah, I think that's game. Apollo's just spinning around in circles. He knows. Should have been like a label gun. That'd be fun. Yeah, I'd like that. How do you stop the vac? Couple ways you can do it. One is to flank it, so get someone behind it because it can't move very fast or turn very fast. Another idea is actually to just fill it up and then shoot it while it's trying to aim its shot. Because while it's aiming its shot and after it's finished using suction, it can't actually, like, protect itself. If you take a Hydra with full charge, aim it at the ink vac, it fills the ink vac up, and then in very, very, very little time, the next 4 shots just splat it. And a lot of the time it can't even get the shot off in the first place. So taking advantage of the time while it's trying to fire the shot is a really good idea. What do you think would need to be done to Splatonas to make them better? Stamper's not in a bad place. Wiper needs like more damage or something. A better special would have made the Splatana Wiper significantly better in its current state, because Torpedo is amazing for it, and it's a pity that the Torpedo kit ended up being also the Hammer, the Ultra Stamp kit. Hammer is at least as functional as it was in Splatoon 2 now. It has gone from being, like, one of the worst specials in Splatoon history to being meh, kind of low tier. I think that's a big step up from where it was. Yeah, we immediately lost... Oh, no. Yeah, we immediately lost our ball point to the leader. Oh. Save teammate, save teammate. Oh, that was bad. They're going to want to show themselves here. Come on. Come on. Get a little closer. At least it's still 3v3. Not a fan of this pattern of losing one before I can even engage on the fight. We need to paint the zone here instead of feeding the Hydra. Because we can outpaint the Hydra. We don't need to fight it. As long as we've got the numbers advantage. But now we need to just, like, go and paint like crazy and pray that we survive. No freaking way. We have a weapon comp that should handily be outpainting them. see what we can do about this leader. Nice. Yo, the reverse sweep. Don't call it a comeback before it happens. Because then it'll feel silly if it doesn't end up being a comeback. Oh. Oh, that feels bad. I don't think we have won the game yet. Wait. Hold up. If we can hold it before... Oh, wait. Wait, we saved it. I think that's game. I think they're done. We stop them at 99 and make a no penalty push 0 to 100 end the game. Oh boy. Power match is made in open. I feel much harder to play in open after I got S+. In open, one of the things that might be impacting the difficulty is that you can run into teams that are like pre-made and coordinated. Like, you could be running into a team of 4 that are using callouts. There's nothing stopping that from being the case. So if you're playing solo against a team that has callouts, then yeah, they're gonna see you, and everyone on the team is gonna know you're there instead of just some of them. Any reason to use Dynamo over Flingza? Absolutely not right now. The Dynamo players are all playing Flingza right now. But it'll come back if it has a better kit. The reason to play Dynamo right now is to get better at it so that when a new kit comes out, you can use it. Okay, they're double backline, but they have double junior as well. So this is going to be really passive, but as soon as we break through, we should be able to hold them. Just gotta watch out for silly flanks. Well, we didn't watch out for silly flanks. This is going to be tricky. Like, what we should be able to do is abuse our ability to 1v1 like any of these weapons. Get juked. Slayer on the junior. We're making a statement, that's for sure. Okay, you want to fight? Yes, you do want to fight, because you have a big bubbler. There you go, good job. I'm glad they traded that back, because that was a bit of a yikes for me. 2 down on their team, so this should be good. We just throw one of these, and now the backliners can't move. You are down, because you were trying to use that for the zone instead of for me. You are down, because my weapon wins fights, that yours does not. You are also down because you failed to realize when you were in range to hit me, and now I finally get traded back. Oh, let's go dualies? Good stuff. Well played. a week. Alright, that should be game. You tired? Eh, not really. Not that much. I have a pretty late bedtime. I don't know. Was it me? Dinky, yeah. Yeah, well played. You had a really good fight win in the middle there that kind of let us coast to the end of the game. Hide in quarters sometimes is that a good play or a panic move? That's a good play. Corners give you cover. And they're less likely to get painted over, so people are less likely to just randomly find you. Especially good to take corners when you can peek around the right side of them instead of the left side. Because right side gives you advantage. Like, we hold our weapons on the right side of our bodies, and so that actually exposes us less when we're shooting around the right side of corners than when we're shooting around the left side. 6-0 in series? That is not a thing. Series would be over by that point. Should I position as an ink brush main? You're playing like a gnat. You're getting onto flanks and constantly threatening, and then if they put up enough force to actually stop you, you disengage using the rolling mechanic. Oh my god. That was just the most unfortunate whale I've ever seen. Just like the one spot that I thought I was perfectly safe and was about to use to my advantage, it just shoots directly through it. Oh, I thought I got the other shot off. No, they're right there. Did you not see them? They were right in front of you. Oh no. Oh, okay. We got him. Jeez. Ah! Please. Okay. Get out from behind here and not be clumped up. I don't know why the 52 is trying to challenge the Hydra at their range. That is not a weapon that can do that. Yeah, we keep zone for this. They're a brush, they're gonna shark. We know these things. This is a great position. Yeah. We're really not dealing with the brush well. I say as we get the brush. Uh-oh. Can we not? I was trying to fire Zuka shots. Man. I never expected we're going to let someone in the front door, but I guess nobody can take a position up on snipe. Because we don't have a back line. The brush is down. Now we just paint like crazy. Well, No perfect series there. Mini Splatling with Burst Bomb is insanely good. The only thing that's not good about that kit, and the reason it's not getting used, is the Ultra Stamp. But Burst Bomb Mini with missiles would immediately be meta. Like, it's a good weapon. It's a good sub for that weapon. It just needs something they can farm that's not the Ultra Stamp. If you've ever heard of any players in the scene with disabilities. Yeah, I know that there are, like, people who run stick controls specifically because of, like, tremors they have, or, you know, various other physical disabilities. Oh, I forget what it is. There was a player that I know of who I forget if it's muscular dystrophy or they're wheelchair bound. Like, there are some players out there. It's not the easiest thing to spot them because you'd have to, like, see their whole body to know. I'd take Reef Slider over Stamp for sure. There's definitely some utility to it. Kind of great. With Stamp, it's like there's nothing that you don't get out of a Trizuka. That's not entirely true. It does. They do different things, but. Ah! Man. We're getting engaged on a lot faster than... Oh, wait. We have double backline. I thought I had that for sure. Man. We have nobody to stop that because our comp is really, really bad. The only player who can push on that comp is me. The sloshing machine needs to, like, play off a fight that I start. I just got destroyed by being almost in a, like, 1v3 because there's nobody pushing that far up with me. Needed to play a lot more patient just to survive. We do not stick with that comp. That comp does not work. I think the Ultra Stamp is a fundamental design problem. Just that it's a melee weapon in a projectile-based game. You're either going to make it broken, or you're going to make it useless. Like, maybe if it's, like, in a game like Halo, where you have so much more HP, you're so much more survivable, and something like the Energy Sword you can actually get in range of someone with. But This game is not that game. Everybody goes down right quick. The thing about Tetradualies, I outdamage those. If they just try to take me in a straight up fight and they're not making me miss, I win. They have to use their range. And so, in order to use their range, they have to, like, make me commit to a fight that I can't actually hit them in by dodge rolling around. As long as I can stay sticky and stay on top of them, I beat them every time. Where was everybody there? Were we just respawning? Like, I even this way pinged, and then they used a reef slider, and there was still a really long delay before there was any follow-up. I was expecting help sooner. Oh, this one I lose because I can't see a thing. Oh, we lost a lot of ground there. We're gonna lose more before this is done. Thank you. They are being very... Are you kidding me? Did I really just lose the series to a connection error? Well, at least it's a net positive. Well, it doesn't feel good to go out that way, so we're gonna play a blaster match before we finish. I want a blaster. Can book lessons on Metafy? Yes, absolutely. Here, let me put my links in the chat real quick. Excuse me, Edward. There. So my Metafy is there, as well as Twitter, Discord, all that stuff. Okay. Splatoon 3 does not have servers in the sense that a lot of people think they do. This is peer-to-peer networking. There are servers, they're just not used for what they're typically used for. Edward is the spider, yes. You also DC'd? Ah, great. Gotta be $20 a year. Yeah, that paywall is... Even though the paywall is like about a third of what you pay for other services, it's just a paywall. It's not actually like going towards making the service better. That was a delayed splat. No, I do not like this. Yeah, I should have jumped. I was hoping for someone to heroically swoop in and save me. There we go. Yeah, let's go with the Rainmaker that nobody picked up. Is one of them? Oh, I can't jump from there. Okay, there's a trade. We'll just let this reset. It's a little bit rough, but we got it done. Okay. We really got it to 60 and then died. There we go. We can probably keep this going. We cannot keep this going. In fact, we cannot stop them from scoring until they get lead. Oh, man. I'll hit this eventually. Well, I did hit it, just not with a direct, so that's no good. That's not bad. I'm gonna grab it and drop it down, aren't they? Yes, and nobody stopped them. Where are we going? We're just leaving the rain. Okay, I guess they chase. Them chasing is actually throwing. They could have just grabbed the Rainmaker and ran. No reason that they had to go and kill my teammate when they were that far out of position. It's just them. Oh no. Oh, I got a spark? Are you kidding me? Please look, please look, please look. Oh, come on. There were a lot of fights I got into there that I was hoping for support in, and I don't know if maybe people went down early or we just weren't paying attention. But like that was one of those fights where I was like, somebody should be able to see this and finish off the player that got me. Oh well. -5. Boo-hoo. That is going to do it for me and Edward for today. Thank you all for watching. I am going to go and send all of my people off on a raid to Reborn, who is grinding as per usual. Reborn's a former teammate of mine, has a phenomenal mindset, and is learning very fast and getting very good at the game. So we'll go and give him some support. If you are interested in any coaching or anything of that nature from me, check out my links. You can find my Metafy there. If you're interested in supporting me, there's the Patreon. You can also be a YouTube member. That's a thing that helps a lot. I am doing content full-time, and that kind of support is helping me to get there. There's also my TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, the Discord server, the Squid School Discord server, where we have some resources for people to learn more about the game. So lots of different things there that you might like clicking on. And if not, well, at least come and join me in the raid to say schools out to Reborn. Is he still lined up? Yeah, he's still in it. There he is. Edward says bye.